Hey guys, tonight we're drifting back into one of the strangest moments in human history. The time when the world got so quiet, so empty, and so upside down that ordinary peasants, the people no one ever listened to, suddenly found themselves holding all the power. Not kings, not lords, not knights in shining armor, just the farmers, the field hands, the invisible people history usually ignores. And it all happened because of the Black Death, a plague so devastating that it didn't just empty villages, it rewired the entire idea of who mattered in society. When there aren't enough living hands left to harvest the Lord's crops, the Lord doesn't feel so powerful anymore. So before we get comfortable and fall into that soft, sleepy rhythm of nighttime history, take a second to like the video and subscribe. But only if you actually enjoy what I do here. No pressure, just vibes. Drop a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. I love seeing people from every time zone sharing the same quiet moment together. It's always bedtime somewhere. Now, dim the lights, loosen your shoulders a little, maybe pull a blanket up to your chin, so you feel like a medieval peasant guarding the one warm thing you own. Because tonight's story isn't about kings or battles or castles on fire. It's about the world after the catastrophe, the strange stillness, the empty houses, the sudden feeling of breathing air that no longer belonged to someone richer than you. The moment when the poorest people in the kingdom looked around and realized no one was left to tell them no. Human history is usually very loud. War drums, church bells, marching boots. But this chapter begins with silence, a silence so thick it rearranged society itself. So settle in. The storm has already passed. Now we're walking through what remained. Let the room get a little darker. Let your mind slow down. And if you start drifting off, that's fine. History will keep moving gently in the background. Because tonight, we're going to step into the morning after the plague, and into the shoes of the people who were never supposed to have a voice, yet suddenly held all the bargaining power in the world. Chapter 1. Morning did not so much arrive as it leaned quietly through the shutters, a pale, reluctant light that belonged more to mist than to sun. Thomas woke slowly, the way a man rises after years of rising before dawn. Except there was no need to hurry now. No master waiting in the barnyard, no steward counting bodies for the morning's tally. Just silence. It pressed at the walls the way sound used to. He stretched, straw crackling under his shoulders, and blinked at the rafters overhead. Thick oak beams, not the low, smoke-stained slats of a pigsty hovel like the one he was born in. These were solid things, carved and fitted, meant for a man who once had coin enough to sleep without draught or dripping thatch. He still half expected to hear footsteps in the hall outside. A lord steward, a wife, a child. But the house stayed mute. He sat up slowly, bare feet brushing a wool rug he still could not believe was his to walk on. Not his really, just no longer anyone's. From the small table at his bedside he lifted a wooden cup, polished, even-handled, with a little iron band worked neatly around its base. A proper cup. Not a rough-turned bowl or someone's chipped pottery passed through 10 households before him. A cup built for hands that expected comfort. hands long since stilled. He held it a moment, wondering if the man who once drank from it had died in this very room. Some nights, when wind creaked through shutters, Thomas fancied he could feel the absence. Not like a haunting, but like a missing weight. Rooms remember people, he thought. But this one was learning to forget. He pulled on a tunic hanging near the door. Fine wool dyed a gentle brown. It still startled him. Its weight, its softness. A year ago he had owned one rough shirt, patched so many times, its cloth was more stitch than fabric. Now he had 3 warm tunics and 2 cloaks besides, all taken from houses where no one lived to reclaim them. Clothing had become like autumn apples fallen in the field, simply waiting to be gathered. He stepped outside. The village road, once rutted by cartwheels and hooves, wore a skin of moss. Nettles pushed confidently through the cracks where doorsteps used to be swept. A garden across the lane had turned wild and lush, peas climbing the fence with a kind of greedy joy, as if nature itself had shrugged with relief to be rid of watchful caretakers. No smoke rose from any chimney, no bark of a tethered dog, no shouted greeting of a neighbor working his morning chores. Only wind through bracken and his own breath, loud enough to feel like trespass. Before the plague, he could never have imagined living inside these walls, walking these floors, warming his hands by some dead lord's hearth. Men like him were the ones who carried stone, not the ones who owned it. But now, food waited in empty kitchens. Tools lay scattered in barns. Entire lives had been abandoned mid-use, as if time itself had been caught unprepared. To have survived was not luck exactly, nor victory, just remaining, outlasting. Thomas stood in the road for a long moment, letting the wind press his tunic against his ribs, watching sunlight creep pale and patient across empty thresholds. The world had thinned out, yes, but in thinning it had loosened. The invisible barriers that once held his kind small had dissolved, like cobweb burned away. There was no reeve now to tell him where he might walk, no sheriff to drive him back to his master's fields. The fields had no masters. The world had no masters. Everything cost dearly, yet nothing cost anything at all. He shifted the fine wool at his shoulders, still unsure if it felt like inheritance or theft. But there was no one left to ask, and so the morning kept unfolding in its slow, heavy quiet. A world half emptied but strangely widened, as though the plague had not only buried bodies, but also the old rules that once penned him in. Chapter 2. Little Wickham, where even the wind took a sick day. Let's take a quiet walk. You step onto the lane into Little Wickham, where the hedges hold their breath, and the thatch looks like it gave up trying sometime around last Michaelmas. It's autumn, but not the cheerful pumpkin spice kind. More the, oh right, the reapers didn't show up kind. Fields that should be shimmering gold are a dull, matted brown, as if the earth started growing hair and then got stage fright. The ridge and furrow rolls away like giant corduroy, untidy and unharvested. And not even the crows are bothering with a pep talk. They just sit and judge you. which, to be fair, is their brand. You can smell it. Wet leaves, old smoke, and the cold iron tang of a village trying its best with half a caste. The houses along the lane sag with that slack-jawed look of cottages that have seen entirely too much. Wattle and daub walls, mud, straw, a generous hint of cow-based glue, have cracked into little maps of nowhere. Thatch sags in patient frowns. A door hangs open on one hinge, the lintel polished by hands that don't come anymore. Nobody's sweeping the threshold rushes. Nobody's topping the hayrick. Nobody's yelling at the goose. It's amazing how loud nobody can be. It's time for water. Bad idea. The well at the crossroads stares up at you like an eye that forgot to blink. The rope is frayed into tassels, the bucket handle chewed soft by years of fingers and half a year of neglect. A man passes you by. Thomas. Thomas because every other man is Thomas. His cloak patchy, his face lightly salted with worry. He pauses at the well, twists the rope in his hands, and you hear the quiet snap, snap of fibers giving up. If you've ever owned a phone charger that looks pristine, except for the part where your entire soul knows it will spark any second, you understand this rope. There used to be a cooper to fix the bucket hoops, a smith to fix the handle, a reeve to tell you who's allowed to fix anything at all. There used to be hands. Now the silence is so clean you can taste it. Let's talk about breakfast, or its ghost. In a normal year, this is the season of stacks and bustle. Sheaves hauled to the Lord's barn for tithe, gleaners with baskets combing the stubble for the leftover ears, children making tiny disasters in the straw. Here, the barley stands in clumps, rain-damped and bent, like a choir that forgot the words. The domain strips, those the Lord owns directly, have been left in places because there weren't enough day labourers to cut them at the old wage. You can practically hear the statute of labourers wheezing from 1351, insisting everyone work for the good old rates, while the labour force does the medieval equivalent of, "Sure, Jan. If you want the grain in, you pay more, or it sleeps in the field." That's leverage. That's a peasant's new favourite word, even if nobody's invented LinkedIn endorsements for can reap in straight lines quite yet. Thomas leads you on, boots biting into the soft verge, past a cottage with its daub pocked by woodpeckers and opinions. Once, a family lived there. 2 adults, 3 children, 1 mother-in-law who came with the dowry, like a bonus goat. Now the hearth is cold, the rafters fuzzed with spider linen, and a spoon still rests on a shelf, like it's waiting for soup that never arrived. The Black Death came decades ago, yes, but it didn't send a single invitation. It RSVP'd repeatedly. In 1348 to 49, then again in 1361, 1369, and more. And every time it did, a few more hands left the harvest short. The village shrank like a wool tunic in hot water. Some folks died, others just walked away, free in the most tragic way, to wherever the work was whispering louder. You hear a distant clink. Not the busy rhythm of a smithy, but one hammer complaining to itself. The church bell is silent. The priest left in spring to visit a dying uncle, and discovered that the road to another benefice was both long and conveniently away from the poll tax collectors. You remember the summer just past, June of 1381, when rumour arrived on blistered feet. Taxmen pulled at families like loose threads, demanding coin you didn't have, asking a boy to stand where his father had stood. Men marched. Names were shouted. John of Gaunt's fancy London townhouse turned into a very enthusiastic candle. The Crown swore and promised, and then, like a cat, pretended not to. The countryside exhaled, then held its breath again. Now, about work. If you're willing to swing a sickle, you can name your price. Not to the Lord's face, obviously. This is still England. But to the stewards, with a humble nod and the secret knowledge that he'd kiss an eel to get 10 like you. You can rent a better strip in the open fields this year. Maybe 2 if you gamble on a late wheat. That's the weird miracle of catastrophe. The living inherit room. People talk in Little Wickham, soft and sideways. How much for a day on the Lord's meadow? How far can you run before the bailiff notices? What if you just leave? You could marry a widow with a roof and a cow, and pretend it was always about love. If that's not romance, what is? Let's check your hands. You touch the rough well post. Splinters bloom in your fingertips. Everything is texture here. The rope, like old horsehair. The lane, like cold bread. The air itself, full of leaf dust and the distant, tiny hiss of rain, deciding whether to commit. You taste yesterday's smoke in the back of your throat, because chimneys are what we're calling a hole in the roof. You hear the fields creak as the wind goes through unshorn grain. Even the geese walk like they're in charge of HR. There's calm in it, though. The calm of a place that survives by lowering its voice. And then Thomas laughs, quietly, at the well rope, because what else do you do? We'll plat another, he says, as if rope just sprouts out of the ground like leeks. If you promise it, you'll be careful this time. He looks at you like he knows, because he does. Everyone does. The world has shifted under your feet, and not just because the rushes on your floor are trying to become a swamp again. You're not a serf in the way your grandparents were. You might still owe boon work and heriot when someone dies, and the manorial court will still fine you for brewing ale that tastes like feet. But suddenly your time is heavy with value. People ask you. People wait for you. People need you. It's a strange kind of power, soft and quiet, like a blanket that doesn't look warm until you're under it. You glance at the fields, the empty houses, the patient well with its fringe of rope, and realize something small but electric. Little Wickham may look like it's asleep, but it's waking up into a different shape. And if the Lord wants his harvest before it rots into next year's problems, he can come down himself with a sickle and a humble hat. He won't, of course. But a person can dream. But a person can dream. Chapter 3. The manor that looked rich and felt like an echo. Let's walk uphill. He won't come down with a sickle. Fine. So you go to him. You take the rutted track that climbs from the village toward the manor, where the hedges quit pretending to be friendly, and the stones in the lane start auditioning as ankle traps. The house rises ahead, stone-walled, square-shouldered, with a little gatehouse that tries very hard to feel important about it. It looks expensive, the way a grand piano looks expensive when no one remembers how to play. There's a moat that's more suggestion than water, a green ring full of frogs with excellent opinions. The curtain wall isn't tall enough to impress anyone with a real castle, but it throws a shadow that says, historically, people inside here have spoken in Latin to make you feel small. You smell damp stone and old ash, a scent like someone brewed tea out of rain clouds and regret. The big hall window, no glass, just wooden shutters, gapes open with the surprise of a mouth that forgot its dentures. Above there's the solar, the Lord's private chamber, where tapestries used to take the chill off the walls. Today one droops in the window, sun-faded and sulking, as if it's thinking about a career change. The dovecote in the yard lists a little, its white birds circling like mist thoughts. Nobody has mucked the stable yard. The straw is ankle-deep in honesty. You reach the door. It's thick oak with iron straps, all very please be impressed, and a ring handle that's so big it could wear you. You pull, and the hinges protest in fluent pidgin French. The sound rings under the arch like a church bell on its lunch break. It's the first time you've ever opened this door without feeling you should apologize to it. Inside, the great hall is an empty bowl of sound. The long tables are stacked along the wall, as if the furniture has gone on strike. The hearth yawns wide and cold, an ash bed like moon dust, a spit resting without a goose to bully. On the high dais, Lord Edmund's chair waits, decorated with carvings of vines and decisions. You've never sat in it, obviously. You've dusted the idea of it with your eyes. Let's talk about power, the sleepy kind. You've got it. Not like a banner or a trumpet, more like a weight in your pocket. You still owe boon work when called, the kind carved into custom and gently threatened at the manorial court. You still pay merchet when you marry off a daughter, a coin that sticks to your fingers like treacle. Harriet, the death duty, still takes your best beast when someone dies, because apparently grief pairs nicely with logistics. But today the influence skews your way. The Statute of Laborers from back in 1351 can wheeze about the old wages until it turns blue in the margins. The fields don't read statutes, they read the weather, and the weather says, harvest soon, or enjoy porridge with a hint of mildew. Your boots thud on the rushes, last year's, flattened into a geography of crumbs and miracles. The portraits. Okay, not portraits. This is England in 1381, not Florence. So the shields, with old coats of arms, hang on pegs, dusty, and trying to recall why they mattered. From the service door off the screen's passage, a clatter, a steward's inkhorn, knocking against his ribs as he hurries. He appears in the arch like a man remembering his manners. He's wearing a tunic too nice for its owner. which tells you Lord Edmund is either generous or nervous. Spoiler: nervous. He smiles the way a cat smiles at a bird it has absolutely no intention of chasing today. "Good day," he says, like he invented days. "You've come about the reaping." You nod, the kind of nod that keeps secrets. He knows you know. The domain strips have grain nodding themselves into the ground. The reeve has counted scythes the way a miser counts beans. The last time they tried to hire at the old rate, 3 men laughed so hard a goose took offense. Nobody wants angry geese. Not in this economy. Let's talk numbers. Quietly. Before the pestilence, a strong reaper might take 2 pence for a day in the Lord's fields, plus ale and a bread that fights back. Now you aim higher. 4 pence for harvest days, 6 for the hardest. Meals hot and frequent, and a pair of gloves that won't molt on contact. You don't say it that boldly. You let your silence do the arithmetic. You let him notice the way your shoulders have options. The steward clears his throat in a way that suggests he's coached it. "The Lord is mindful of circumstances," he says. Circumstances like the poll tax men who arrived with sums nobody could carry. The summer's march toward London. The promises spoken by a boy king and then folded up and put in a drawer. The countryside learned something in June, and it wasn't how to set a thatch on fire. It learned that the people who make bread can unmake it. The steward learned it too. He produces a little purse. The coins inside sigh. You hear the soft, soft clink of real silver, thin as patience. A groat flashes. A big show-offy 4 pence. Like a fish in a dark pond trying to pretend it's a torch. He doesn't put it in your hand. He lets the idea of it perfume the air. "There will be bread," he adds, "and ale thrice daily." Thrice daily is steward speak for "please don't leave me alone with that field." You smell the ale already. Imaginary but very persuasive. You picture the harvest cart creaking under its sheaves, the gleaners slipping through the stubble like sparrows, the whole village moving together in rough choreography. You picture Lord Edmund on the dais, pretending he organized the sun. He's not here now. He's upstairs, maybe, practicing his worried face at the solar window, counting tenants on his fingers and coming up short. You don't push. You've learned the art of letting someone else volunteer your terms. You mention, lightly, that the barley at Northmead is lying down as if composing poetry. If it isn't cut tomorrow, it will write a sonnet about rot. You mention, gently, that Thomas, because of course, has an uncle in the next parish who pays in coin, not promises, and he has a sharper sickle than the law allows. You admire the Lord's fish pond out the window, now very brave and very green. The steward folds like warm butter. "We'll see to the gloves," he says, "and a cheese." "A whole cheese?" You keep your face as calm as a saint's elbow. Inside, your stomach does a hymn. Let's step outside while the ink dries. In the yard, a falcon's perch stands empty, the leather jesses limp as old arguments. The kennel is quiet, which tells you the huntsman followed the wages elsewhere, like a comet you can snack on. A cart leans against the barn, one wheel off, as if in protest. Wild parsley trespasses along the path. The place is a shell with lace on it. Pretty, expensive, and absolutely dependent on the snail that lives inside. Hello, snail. That's you. You test the weight of your new day in your hand, a groat's promise, a loaf's warmth, the oddly dignified power of being the person everyone now must ask. It's not fireworks, it's not a speech, it's just a door that used to be a wall, and hinges that sound like they might learn to like you. You head back down the hill, past the gatehouse giving you the side-eye, past the moat doing its best impression of soup. The sky is the colour of a pewter mug that forgot to be washed. In Little Wickham, someone will be fixing a rope with a plan and some swearing. You breathe in. The air tastes like work that's finally going to pay you back. For once the Lord needs you more than you need the Lord. It's very unmedieval of him. Don't tell anyone. They'll put it in a statute. Put it in a statute. Chapter 4. Candlelight Negotiations and the Quiet Invention of Weekends. Let's go back inside. You've barely made it past the moat, which is currently auditioning for the role of pond that lost custody of water, when the steward calls you back. His lordship will see you now, he says, with the grim relief of a man who has successfully passed a wolf to someone with more fingers to spare. You turn. You climb the step. And you feel the tug of something very new. The weight of being asked, not ordered. The hall has put on its evening face. Low light from a few rushlights and a single tallow candle tries to impersonate a chandelier. It fails, but sweetly. The air smells of cool ash and animal fat, with a top note of tapestry that's been bored since Easter. Somewhere a mouse does a tiny sermon on the topic of crumbs. Above it all, the dais waits like a stage where nobody remembers the lines. Lord Edmund is already there. He looks like the ghost of a banquet. Fine clothes that have loosened around a body that hasn't seen enough bread. Rings that slide on fingers made for more. The belt is on its last honest hole. His hair is neatly combed into a shape that says he owns combs. His eyes, however, do math. They flick across you the way a reeve counts pigs. Once for hope, twice for despair. You don't kneel. You incline. It's a bow that could be either respect or careful stretching. Your boots whisper against last year's rushes. Your hands, scarred by scythes and plans, hang easy at your sides. The room hears the difference. For centuries, peasants have held their hats like applicants. Tonight your hat stays on your head because it's cold, and also because this is an interview where the job needs you more than you need the job. Thomas, Lord Edmund says, and your name sits in his mouth like a new word he's hoping to like. We require the harvest in good time. You nod. The kind of nod that punctuates rather than agrees. Aye, my lord, and I require fair wage, and Sundays for Mass and the mercy of a nap. Your voice is soft enough to powder a feather. Somehow it fills the hall. Let's talk about asking for Sundays in 1381. Sunday is already supposed to be holy, a day for church and thinking medieval thoughts about not sinning. Except that in harvest, holiness sometimes loses to panic. Boon work, those extra days owed by custom, has a way of swallowing calendars. But you've seen where customs get you. A coin missing when your father dies, a daughter's marriage measured in silver, and a lord's field standing like a reproach. This year you're gentle, but precise. Not on Sundays, my lord. Not during harvest. You'll be at Mass, and then you'll be dedicated to the hard work of sleeping horizontally. He watches you. The candle writes a small biography in the lines of his face. Born to plenty, educated in Latin, ambushed by math. And that math says labor died by the acre 40 years ago and has been expensive ever since. The statute of laborers can shout itself hoarse from 1351, and nobody's wheat has ears to hear it. If you don't cut now, the field will go to seed, and the Lord will go to creditors with uncomfortable beards. You will be paid, he says. His voice is a coat he doesn't quite fill anymore. The old rate plus the living rate, you correct, kindly. 4 pence on common days, 6 on the hardest. Ale and bread, meat when the cart is full. Gloves that were once a tree and not a suggestion. And no boon work on Sundays. There's a silence that feels like a very polite duel. The steward studies the floor like it contains answers. On the wall, a shield bears a leopard that now looks like it's contemplating vegetarianism. Outside, a frog comments. Lord Edmund's jaw softens. He isn't stupid. He's old enough to remember before the pestilence, and tired enough to admit he can't get back there by wishing. He knows the reeve couldn't bribe a scarecrow to stand up at the old wage. He knows 3 hunters left last year for a priory cellarer who pays in honest coins and praise. He knows the poll tax officers came and went like hail, and the summer saw men in Kent and Essex discover that their legs could carry grievances as far as London. He knows promises were made and unmade. He also knows the grain is lying in the field like a lady waiting for a dance partner with a calendar. 4, he says, almost to himself, and 6 on the difficult days. His eyes meet yours. Sundays, off. He says off, like a man trying on a new garment and finding it suspiciously comfortable. A day of no work for those who work. Revolutionary. Also, the church can hardly object. And perhaps his soul could use a Sunday too. The steward exhales in installments. A small purse appears, and the little silver inside sighs like it's finally allowed to leave the house. A groat winks. The steward adds, slightly desperate, and cheese. That's the universal sign of a deal becoming friendly. Done, you say. 2 letters, more decisive than 100 statutes. Let's put this in the big picture, softly. This is not a riot. There is no pitchfork. There is only you, a lord, and a candle, negotiating the future. The Black Death did what centuries of sermons could not. It shuffled the deck. Half the players left the table. Wages rose because the work did not go away, and the workers did. Lords who clung to old ways watched their accounts curdle. Many will lease their domain to tenants for cash and hope the market is kinder than custom. Villanage, that sticky set of obligations, will start to loosen like warm wax. Not everywhere, not immediately. History does not do sudden except with plagues. But nights like this teach halls to listen. Lord Edmund straightens. He says something about loyalty and ancient ties and the dignity of labor. And for once it isn't just a speech he's heard in a dream. Your shoulders release a little. You are not a hero. You are a person asking for what the world owes when the world has changed. Sometimes history is fireworks. Sometimes it's a shrug and a contract. You step back. You incline again. Respect for the person, not the pedestal. The steward writes your name into an account roll that will later make a monk blink in surprise. The candle's stub droops like it has done its duty and would now like to be a puddle. You walk toward the door. The hinges complain in French, but less aggressively. Outside, the night is waiting, big and blue as a bruise. The manor exhales. Somewhere in the village, your wife will ask if you remembered to ask about Sundays. You did. You got the wage, the ale, the gloves, and a cheese that will require commitment. For now, you listen to the quiet. It is the kind of quiet that happens when a very old rule and a very new reality agree to split the bill. You close the door gently. It still slams because medieval doors are drama queens. Sundays, then. Mass, a nap, a world turning. You'll rest so hard the saints will put your name on a list. Chapter 5. Churchyards, charcoal laundry, and the rise of Margaret with the good ledger. Let's step outside. The candle's deal is still warm in your pocket, but morning has the better ink for signatures written on the world. The light comes in pale and patient, like a scribe who charges by the hour. Dew beads on every blade of grass, which is charming until you realize your socks are now a small inland sea. The bell tolls from the church tower, slow, iron, and slightly judgmental, as if a bell can tell when you negotiated for weekends. You pass the churchyard and remember why the bell always sounds a little older than it is. The ground here is a quilt someone forgot to finish. Graves scattered like fallen leaves, then raked together by hands that got tired and sad. Yew trees keep watch with the long memory of things that never move much. There's a lich gate where coffins rest, though these days it's more often for tired shoulders than boxes. Bones have a way of reappearing in a place like this, a knuckle here, a tooth there, the past doing that thing where it refuses to stay politely buried. A charnel house leans into its shadow, practical as a pantry, full of what the plague left behind and the living still love. It doesn't smell the way you'd expect, not rot, too late for that. More like damp stone, crushed rosemary, and wax, with a side note of old wool that's remembered too many winters. And yet, it's peaceful. Death did its worst 40 years ago, and then stuck around as a cautionary tale. You step carefully, because it seems right, and also because some of these mounds are new enough to be sharp. Let's talk about neighbors who changed jobs without moving houses. Across the lane, Margaret is hanging laundry. The wind gums up the linens with that clean, cold smell that makes you think of rivers and regrets. She has a dress on that your eyes can't help but notice. Madder red, cut with more cloth than a farm wife usually bothers with. Sleeves that peek toward fashion, not just weather. It's not silk, but it's not pretending to be humble either. Last year, Margaret's whole wardrobe could be summed up as serviceable wool and an apron with ambition. Now the fabric says, I have a ledger, and the belt says, and I know how to use it. You incline your head. She nods back, the way people nod when something very strange has become perfectly normal. Morning, Thomas, she says, pinning a shirt that once belonged to someone who bought spices on purpose. Did you get him to blink? Sundays are yours, you say, and mine. You gesture vaguely toward heaven, and maybe the saints if they're quiet about it. She grins, brief, bright. Then she reaches for the next sheet with the kind of efficiency that should have a gild seal. Beyond her shoulder, the door to her cottage stands open. Inside, a counting board glints where the sun reaches it. A neat row of jettons wait like well-behaved coins. A tally stick leans against the wall, notched with promises that will turn into bread. Here's the part that makes this century tilt. Margaret's husband was a merchant. Nothing grand, no ships, no Italian words. But he sold cloth and salt, pins and lamps, barley when it was plentiful, and pepper when someone's cousin had been to London and back without getting taxed into poetry. Then he got a fever and ran out of time. In the old days, the trade would have passed to a son or a brother or some man with a hat and an opinion. But the plague made heirs a rarer breed than patient tax collectors. The city and the boroughs, not unkind but very practical, have rules. A freeman's widow may carry on the trade, often until she remarries, sometimes as a femme sole, legally on her own 2 feet, which is as scandalous as it sounds, and twice as useful. So now Margaret does the buying and the selling. She sets prices in a voice that folds like linen and cuts like shears. She learns which packmen tell the truth and which ones haven't spoken to it in years. She keeps accounts with a care that would make the exchequer blush. She pays her city dues and her church dues, and the Lord's man when he shows up to ask for Harriet on a mule that died before the wedding. She even knows where to get alum cheap, which is witchcraft, but legal if you can prove you paid for it. You watch as she lifts a shirt that has mended elbows with mended history. Her hands are cracked in the way that hands get when they do everything. The wind snaps the cloth into flags for a country that doesn't exist yet. She catches you looking. You wonder about the dress, she says, not unkindly. It's good wool, you admit. Rich. It looks like it has opinions. She laughs. Sumptuary men can come measure the hem if they like. I'm a merchant's widow. The statute and I are on speaking terms. She smooths the skirt as if it were a map. Also, it was his gift, and warm. There's the joke of it, soft as bread. Laws written to keep people in their lanes meet a road where half the carts emptied out in 1349. Reality sips from the Lord's cup and then sets it down anywhere it pleases. Let's zoom out without getting dizzy. Widows have always had certain rights: dower land, a third of the property, the right to not starve decorously. But after the pestilence, the practice got bolder. In towns, guilds allowed the widow's place, a seat at the bench and a claim on the tools, sometimes until she took a new husband, sometimes longer. In London and other chartered places, a femme sole merchant could sue, be sued, and run a shop without asking permission from a man whose contribution was mostly his opinions about ale. It wasn't universal, and it wasn't utopia. A bad reeve could make a widow's day last for a week, but the doors were more ajar than they used to be, and women who had always done half the work were now allowed to do the other half with a seal. Margaret points with a clothespin toward the square. Carts in at noon, she says, a chapman with needles, and the woad man if the ferry behaves. If you've oats to trade, bring them before the bell, or you'll be standing behind Simon, who believes waiting makes him taller. You nod. You do have oats, and a new wage that makes oats feel like coins that forgot to be shiny. As you turn, you notice her shop sign, freshly painted, a spool and a flask. And for a second it looks as grand as any coat of arms. It squeaks on its hinge like it's trying to sing. You take the path that skirts the far edge of the churchyard. A sexton's spade leans against the wall, clean, because it's never idle long enough to get dirty. In a corner, wild violets have staged a quiet coup. The graves look less like an end and more like footnotes, which is probably the best anyone gets. On the road, your boots find their rhythm. The village hums in a key you can almost name. Children make a game out of not stepping on cracks that are actually medieval infrastructure. A pig discusses philosophy with a puddle. The sky does that huge English thing where it looks like a ceiling you could fix if you had a ladder and a month. History likes its headlines loud, but the edits happen here. In a lord's hall where Sunday becomes a day off. In a churchyard where the past is crowded but not winning. In a doorway where a woman in a red dress counts jettons and does not apologize. The plague broke the old web, and the new threads went looking for different anchors. Some found a market bench. Some found your pocket. You glance back once. Margaret clips the last shirt to the line and stands for a breath in the clean white row, like a saint of reasonable expectations. If the sumptuary men do arrive with their measuring sticks, they will find a widow who keeps better numbers than they do. And if they don't, well, the dress was warm either way. Chapter 6. Golden dirt, cheap rent, and the statute that can't hold a hoe. Let's talk about fields. You leave the village chatter behind and climb the gentle swell of ridge and furrow as if walking up the back of a sleeping whale. The light has changed, warmer now, almost honeyed, spilling across the open fields like a painter with more gold than sense. A lark throws its heart into the sky. Somewhere, a pig finds a philosophical puddle and reaches a conclusion. And there, at the edge of your strips, you stop and put both hands into the earth. The soil is dark and soft enough to remember last night's rain, but not complain about it. You take a handful and let it sift through your fingers. It falls in polite clumps, the way good bread breaks, the way fortunes should. It smells like wet leaves, old smoke, and the rumor of onions. You rub it between your thumb and forefinger, pleased with the crumb, as if you're about to season a stew and not feed a village one seed at a time. This isn't just any dirt. It's rented dirt, favorably rented dirt. The kind that used to belong to a lord's domain, strictly touch with permission and a curtsy, and now sits in your palm because the world lost too many hands, and the ones left got very valuable very fast. The bailiff didn't exactly beg when he offered the lease, but there was a quality to his voice that suggested he had swallowed a hedgehog and was trying not to show it. The terms? Almost friendly. A money rent instead of days of free labor. A modest entry fine that didn't require you to pawn your shoes. And the unavoidable Harriet someday, which you've decided not to think about while there are skylarks. You still owe your customary bits. Repair the hedge. Show up for a nuisance meeting where someone argues that geese are an act of God. But the old week-long drudgeries on the Lord's land have shrunk to a handful of boon days that you will forget if the weather turns. It's amazing what scarcity does to other people's schedules. You scratch a line in the topsoil with your boot and glance toward the headland. Your strips lie side by side with your neighbors', long and narrow like parchment rolled out for signatures. The open field system is a kind of medieval group project. Winter wheat here, spring barley there. One great rectangle resting and pretending it's strategic. You broadcast seed by hand, then drag a thorn bush behind a plodding horse to scuff the earth shut again. It's low-tech, intimate, and surprisingly satisfying. Think of it as CrossFit for planet maintenance. A distant thump at the church door reminds you the statute of laborers is still pinned up there whenever the wind doesn't chew it off. It says in tidy letters that your wages should be what they were back when everyone had more cousins. You nod gravely in its direction. The bailiff nods too. Then he presses a couple of extra pennies into your palm, wrapped in the legal fiction of a loaf for the road. Nobody says the quiet part. He needs bodies more than law needs ink. You curl your fingers into the soil again. It sticks to your skin and lives under your nails like a secret. The steward will write your tenure into the court roll. You'll get a copy, crisp, creased, and terrifying, and tuck it somewhere too good, then immediately forget where too good is. A few years ago, this was unthinkable. Now the unthinkable is being itemized and stamped with a manorial seal. Landlords, practical as ever, are discovering that coin arrives on time with fewer arguments than people. Also, people answer back. You breathe in the field's calm and count what's changed. Once, you paid with your back, plowing under someone else's sky, showing up for harvest because an obligation had a stick in its hand. Now you pay with coin that your hands earned at your price, more days on your own soil than on theirs, and a whisper of mobility that used to be blasphemy and is now just admin. Your village still has villains, sure, and the steward still knows how to furrow his brow, but custom bends like willow when the wind keeps at it. Some men are negotiating their freedom outright, tonnage dwindling, merchet argued down, custom replaced by, what can you offer me? You wouldn't call it revolution. You'd call it bargaining with better posture. Let's talk tools, quietly, so they don't feel overconfident. You've got a mattock whose handle knows your grip, a sewing basket that rubs your hip raw, and you call it affectionate. You share an 8-oxen plow team with 3 neighbors, because nobody sane feeds that many personalities alone. The coulter bites like a cold tooth, the plowshare turns up old pottery, the occasional tooth, and once a perfectly insulted frog. When the team is yours for the hour, you walk behind with the solemnity of a man escorting a royal through wet clay. Your boots take on £1 each. You consider billing them for lodging. Around you, the economics hum. The Lord is shearing costs where he can, leasing more, managing less. Some domain fields have already turned to pasture, wide and smug, because sheep refuse to unionize, and wool carries whispers of Florence and Flanders. But not here, not this strip. This one is for grain and bread, and the good feeling of watching green blades prove you weren't wrong about hope. You take a knee, press your palm flat, and imagine the year's math. Seed in winter wheat that will come up like a rumor that turns out to be true. Spring barley that makes sense in every season. Beans that fix the soil's mistakes, and fix yours too, in a pot with leaks. A scythe in late summer that sings along your shoulder. Gleaning rights after the last sheaf, the poor collecting what the rich missed because they were talking. Dues to the church, yes, and to the manor, yes, but more to your table than you remember in your father's day. You think of the poll tax collectors who'll be around again, counting heads as if heads were coins and coins were jokes. You think of the talk in alehouses, nothing wild, just tired, about being tied when the rope is clearly frayed. You think, briefly, treasonous thoughts about wages that match food prices, and freedom that fits like a worn boot. Then a robin yells at you for standing on his idea, and the mood passes in a flutter of reasonable caution. You stand, wipe your hands on your tunic, and check the wind. It lifts your hair and tries to sell you a bigger future. You could hire a boy at harvest if the rate stays decent. You could buy a second cow and pretend she's an investment vehicle. If the steward frowns, you'll smile. If the statute scowls, you'll nod. If the bailiff needs you in his field on a Thursday, he'll bring 2 loaves and a look that says, "Don't make me say please." You let the earth trickle through your fingers one more time. It glints a little in the slant of sun, as if dirt has decided to cosplay as treasure. In a way it has. You've got a lease with your name on it, a field that actually listens when you speak the language of seed, and a bell that now respects weekends. Power doesn't trumpet in this century. It sighs, settles under your nails, and refuses to leave. Unlike the statute on the church door, which, for all its confidence, still can't hold a Chapter 7. Smoke, bread, and the new sound of choice. Let's talk about breakfast. Civilized, simple, and slightly hazardous to your molars. You tear into the loaf you baked last night, a respectable Maslin brick, half wheat if fortune smiled, half rye because fortune is practical. The crust went into the oven an optimist, and came out a helmet. The crumb is dense in that reassuring way that says, I can support a family or a cottage roof in an emergency. You cut it with your knife, because no one in this century trusts a serrated anything, and you dip a chunk in ale until it behaves. It's small beer, light and cloudy, tasting faintly of oats and yesterday's confidence. If water is what fish do their secrets in, ale is what people drink and then politely don't talk about. You sit on the threshold and look across the village. Smoke lifts from the house roofs in calm columns, brighter and cleaner in the low sun, as if the light wants to see its reflection today. There are fewer plumes than you remember as a child, fewer thatched backs hunched under frost and time. Empty crofts have gone shaggy at the edges, goose parsley and gossip springing up where neighbors used to quarrel about fences that were mostly theoretical. But the home still lived in, warmer. Each hearth fed by a wood pile that no longer has to argue with 5 other mouths. More fuel gets where it's going. Heat is as much about distribution as it is about generosity. Ask any log with a sense of timing. You chew, slowly, because your dentist is the future. The bread is honest. Honest like a wage agreed at dusk. Honest like a promise you can hold. It tastes faintly of smoke from your own hearth and the stone of the communal oven, a geology of flavor with undertones of, you didn't burn it this time. On top, a smear of fresh cheese if you're lucky, onion if you're efficient, and salt if the hawker didn't decide your lane was too muddy for commerce, which it was. It's time to go to the field. Bad idea if you have a better idea, but this morning you don't. Not because someone thumped a staff and called you to the Lord's domain with the old list of services, but because you want to see your strips catch the light. Because choice has become a small, steady habit, like washing your hands after handling nettles and before shaking hands with the bailiff. You sling the sewing basket at your hip and feel that familiar rub. It's affectionate. It says, we've done things together. You nod to the churchyard as you pass, where the statute of laborers still pretends to be weatherproof and correct. And then you keep walking, because parchment can't plow. The field meets you like a long breath. You work slow on purpose, letting your steps make the rhythm. Scatter, scuff, breathe, look. The seeds fall with the neat clatter of tiny ambitions. A robin heckles your technique with the innate confidence of a bird that has never negotiated a lease. You pull a weed and feel it give with that little sigh that says it knew this day would come. The earth, still damp with last night's sprinkle, clings to your fingers and refuses to let go. Power does that here. It sticks, it's quiet. It gathers under your nails and sets like a secret. You glance back toward the village and see the day warming into itself. Fewer houses, yes, but the ones that stand have doors that shut without arguing now, and walls redaubed without haggling over who owes the favor. You can tell who's moved into which abandoned croft by the pattern of smoke and the personality of a pig. There's a widow who traded her cramped corner for a cottage with an apple tree. She sells cider now, with a face that says, the apples approve. There's a freeman who married late because he could, and not because his lord's hand was on his shoulder. There's a thatcher who thatches more thoughtfully, because peace and wages make tidy work. It's like the village has extra room in its coat, and has decided to breathe. Then it happens. A thin ribbon of laughter unspools from the lane, bright and startling as a coin on a dusty table. Children, fewer than before, but there, chasing each other with the career dedication of people who haven't discovered chores yet. The sound skims across the fields and lands in your chest like a bird that knows your name. Years ago, that might have turned your head into a ledger. How many hands next harvest? How many mouths through winter? Today, the math is different.
Those children will choose things. Service in a larger town, if they like it. An apprenticeship in a craft where a hammer is the only voice that carries. A marriage negotiated with more when and with whom than because he said so. They'll live in a world where refusing a bad offer is not treason, but Tuesday. You take another bite. The crust argues, the ale mediates, and you call it breakfast. Your neighbors drift into their strips and nod, small, friendly acknowledgments that say, we're all in the same funny boat, and for once, it's not sinking. Someone mentions that the Lord's steward is letting another furlong to pasture, sheep smiling their quiet, woolly smiles because they are about to become money in a ship bound for Flanders. Someone else says the miller has stopped padding the toll because he's afraid of losing custom to the next village over, which is wild behavior for a miller. But then, so is this decade. By midday, the sun is a warm hand on your shoulder, and your basket is lighter in a gratifying way. You sit on the headland, break the bread again, and watch the smoke lift straighter now, the air stilling as if to give the day a decent portrait. You count the roofs and the spaces between. Loss, certainly, here and there, written into the map like pauses, but also space for new stories to walk in without bumping their elbows. You sip ale and consider outrageous ideas, hiring help at harvest, paying them
properly, and not even calling it charity. Selling a little more grain at market, and not lying down afterwards from the drama of it. Taking a day, just one, to mend the fence because you want neat edges, not because a man with a hat wrote it down. The breeze slides through the barley stubble and brings the laughter again, threaded now with a dog's bark and the musical percussion of someone dropping a bucket because they can. You smile without asking permission. The statute can keep its tidy letters, and the church door can keep its nails. You have bread that fights back, ale that gets along with everyone, a field that knows your name, and a morning where you went where you meant to. You raise the last heel of the loaf toward the bright smoke and the small, noisy future, and take a bite. It tries to break your tooth. It fails. You chalk up the win and go back to work, because even choice needs weeding. Chapter 8. The Tinker's Quiet Thunder. Let's talk about news. Not the cheerful kind with a miller's wedding and a questionable pie. The other sort. The sort that travels under a cloak and smells faintly of solder. By late afternoon, the lane coughs up a tinker. You hear him before you see him. A shy avalanche of metal, the cautious music of pans kissing pans, ladles tapping out a warning like nervous woodpeckers. His cart is a traveling constellation of dents, each star with a story and 2 extra holes. The pony looks like it's studying philosophy against its will. He doesn't shout the way hawkers do on market days. No pots to mend, pans to patch, just the clink, and a glance that counts doorways like a man doing sums on his fingers. He spots you on the headland, gives the smallest nod, and rolls the cart into the lee of a hedge where the wind can't eavesdrop. Got your kettle's lip fixed, he says to the air, like he's complimenting the hedge. You nod and step closer, the kind of closer that says, sure, it's about a kettle, and also, obviously, it isn't. He lifts a pot and shows you the neat silver of new solder, still with the sheen of good intentions. Under the pot, nestled like contraband ducklings, a folded scrap of parchment, greasy with travel and importance. He doesn't hand it to you. He lets you look at it as if it's a shy animal, and you're the kind of person who carries oats. The ink is brown and stern. The words are the kind that enjoy standing in straight lines. Statute of laborers, it says. Again. You can feel the capital letters like pebbles in your shoe. King's men have been making the rounds. He murmurs into a stack of lids, voice shaped for the inside of a shell. Justices of laborers on circuit. They've been nailing this back onto doors like it's new bread fresh from the oven, calling wages what they were before. Before is a whole library now. He doesn't say plague. He doesn't have to. It's written on the empty cottages like chalk. You can smell his road-baked clothes, tin, smoke, horse. A friendly, metallic winter. The pony exhale fogs the air like it's slowly learning Latin. Stocks, for sure, he adds, eyes never landing on you for long. You argue the rate, they say the rate is yesterday. You take a better offer, they say you're idle. Sheriff has a list, and anyone who walks without a master's letter is a tale for the pillory. He pauses. And there's talk. He lets the words sit on the ground between you both. Hot irons for sturdy beggars. Letters on the skin mark you for wandering. You feel your breath step carefully. That rumor has legs. You've heard it trip through alehouses like a deer in someone's barley. Branding. It tastes like iron just to think it. It's not the law here, not written into this tidy parchment. Not now, not yet. But words travel in packs and arrive before their facts. And sometimes fear is the usher that seats them. It's stocks, for certain, you say, keeping your voice low and your face bored like a man comparing onions. Stocks and fines and a sermon you didn't ask for. Aye, the tinker agrees, poking his soldering iron into the brazier at his feet as though the fire might overhear. And the fine is a story that keeps talking long after it's paid. You both attend to the fiction of kettles for a moment. He raps one with a practiced knuckle, pong, and the sound drifts out across your strips and over the stubble like a prayer that doesn't want anyone to know it's praying. In the next field, a robin stands on a clod, trying to look indifferent and failing. So, the Lord's steward, you ask, the question idle as a cloud. Counting, the tinker says, counting backs, counting days, counting pennies that grow legs and walk to London. They've a mind to freeze the price of a back like it's a trout on a frosty bench. You take more than they say, it's the stocks. Refuse to work for scraps, and they call it stubbornness. They want to put the world back where it was, like a stool that keeps favoring one leg. You think of the morning's easy nods, the doors that shut without arguing, the widow making yeasty arithmetic with apples, the statute nailed on the church door, trying to look confident in the weather. Parchment can't plow, you told yourself. True, but parchment can invite a man with a cudgel to discuss your attitude. The tinker watches, you think, because that's a craft, too. He lowers his voice until it's almost warm. Look, I'm just a noise that passes, he says, but I've seen sheriffs testing the locks on the stocks like they're polishing their shoes. And I've seen another thing. Masters asking nicely. Because harvest doesn't care for statutes. Sheep don't grow faster for legal teaching. And if too many of you take a slow walk to the next parish, salaries get very devotional. You almost smile. It's treason in miniature. The truth is a soft thing with calluses. The village needs your back more than the law needs your name. You could take a day to mend your fence because you want neat edges. You could also take a day to consider your price, because you have options. It's not rebellion, it's mathematics with better boots. Also, the tinker says, producing from somewhere the universal symbol of trust, a very small wedge of hard cheese. There's talk about taxes again. Heads counted like eggs, flat as a table, they say, even for the poor as saints, collectors with quills sharp as beaks. He nudges the cheese your way. Eat. Bad news goes down better when it squeaks. You take it, because declining cheese is how curses start. It's salty and resolute. He tilts a pan so the late sun can see itself, and in the shine you catch your own face looking like a person who remembers the last time men came to count and didn't like them.
Answer. What do I owe you? You ask, loud enough for anyone passing the hedge to believe in kettles with firm opinions. 2 pence, he says, then adds softly, and a promise. Keep your ears where they belong. If a better wage whispers, let it finish its sentence. If the steward points at the statute, smile like a man who knows letters can't carry buckets. You pass him the coins. They clink, small and honest, the way your bread tasted this morning. He tucks them into a pouch that sounds like a modest avalanche. He sets your mended kettle on the grass, lid a little proud, like it got into a good school. He clears his throat. Mind your back, he says, even when it's straight. And you mind your road, you reply. It looks long today. They always do, he says, flicking the reins. The pony considers resisting, decides against it, and the cart moves on, clinking like a cautious festival. He turns at the bend and is gone, leaving only the smell of warmed tin and a small square of shadow where the truth sat for a while and cooled. You pick up the kettle. It's heavier with knowledge now, which is inconvenient for your arm and useful for everything else. Across the fields, the robin decides it has seen enough politics and goes back to worms. You look toward the village. The smoke lifts, as if nothing has happened, which is precisely how everything happens. You set the kettle by your basket and return to your row. Scatter, scuff, breathe, look. The seeds fall obediently. The earth clings. Power sticks. You press it gently with your boot, as if tucking in a child, and say nothing to the statute on the door, which is very busy pretending not to be paper,
Chapter 9. Frost with a royal aftertaste. Let's talk about mornings. Not the kind that forgive you with a pink sky and a nice loaf, but the kind that arrive wearing a frown and a metal hat. You, Thomas, yes you, walk the rutted lane toward the manor as frost combs the hedges into white eyebrows. Your breath rises like a quiet confession. The world is blue and brittle, the kind of cold that files your thoughts down to one simple idea: keep moving. The manor looks taller today, as if it practiced during the night. Smoke tilts from its roof in a prim ribbon, pretending nothing important ever happens inside besides soup. The yard is busy with silence. Crows on the fence line. A dog who has forgotten how to wag in front of company. The door is open a hand's width. You can hear a murmur that isn't prayer. Inside, the hall wears its winter smells. Old rushes, damp wool, yesterday's ale, and a hint of last week's fire trying to be this week's authority. Lord Edmund stands on the dais like a man who's been practicing vowels since sunrise. On either side of him, 2 men in the king's colors shine like very serious tin toys. Their surcoats are stitched with leopards that aren't leopards,
and lilies that never saw a pond. Their swords hang the way bad news hangs, heavy, certain, patient. The young one has hands that don't know blisters, soft, white, a little ink on the fingers like he dipped them in a sermon. He's exactly the sort of person who could sprain a wrist writing your name down. He clears his throat. The sound bounces off the timbered roof and lands in your stomach. "By the king's grace," he says, which is a phrase that always means the king is about to count something of yours. "The statute of laborers will be kept in this 100. Wages shall be as in the good year before the pestilence, and no man or woman shall take more, nor any master pay more, on pain of fine, stocks, and such correction as the law provides." A hush pats you on the shoulder. He holds up a parchment with a seal thick as a biscuit. The wax bears the arms you've seen in church windows and nightmares. Beasts and flowers arranged like a riddle you're not invited to solve. He reads, and the words march out in tidy boots. Maximums, day rates, harvest pay with or without victuals. Not a suggestion, a ceiling you can't see but you can feel, like low cloud. You taste iron, not blood, just the idea of it. Around you, men from the village stand with hats in their hands, as if their heads have suddenly become too warm. The reeve is there, thin as a tally stick. The steward leans against a post like a man who trusted the weather and was right. Ellen, the thatcher's wife, presses her lips so flat you could skate on them. Someone coughs into a sleeve because it's either that or say something foolish. Let's be clear. This is HR. If HR wore chainmail and traveled with punctuation you can trip over, it's an update to your terms and conditions delivered by a loot you're not allowed to smash. You can't click, I disagree. The unsubscribe link is the stocks. The young commissioner reads on, about servants who leave without letters, about laborers wandering idle, about sheriffs doing their favorite hobby, counting. There's a bit on masters too, and you watch Lord Edmund hear it. Fines for those who pay more than the law says. Penalties for generosity, if that's even what we're calling it. It's a neat trick, really. Clap irons on both sides of the handshake and call it fairness. Your mind floats because it's warmer above your ears. You think of the last harvest when you named your price like a man learning a new instrument, clumsy but loud. You remember the steward listening very carefully because turnips don't leap into sacks and the furrows don't plough themselves, no matter how nicely parchment asks. You remember that first piece of silver with your own weather on it. That felt like a door you could open from your side. Now the door leans shut. The older commissioner doesn't talk much. He's the one who looks like he knows how much things weigh. His sword isn't a threat, it's a habit. He watches faces the way a shepherd watches the weather, interested and unconvinced. When the young one says, "Justice," the older one blinks very slowly, like a man who has seen justice and found it undercooked. They nail the parchment to the manor post with 3 careful taps, as if they're attaching winter itself. The nail squeals. Everyone else doesn't. Let's talk about feelings quickly, and we'll keep it quiet so they don't crack. Power, that warm pebble you've been carrying in your pocket, shrinks. Not gone, just shy. It pulls into its shell and waits to see if the boots pass by. This is how it works. Parchment speaks, swords translate, and your back remembers being property. Your turn. The young commissioner asks names, ages, who you serve. You answer like a man counting backward from sleep. Thomas, 31, both hands, no letter. He writes you onto the page, and there you are, a tidy little alphabet version of yourself, very obedient, very flat. 2 pence for a day in the fields, meat and drink as customary, he recites. At harvest, 3. No man to hire before sunrise or after dusk, lest there be covin. He says covin like it's a spice. You know it as friends being sensible together. You consider saying, gently, that wheat doesn't read and rain is rude, and the pestilence took every 4th cousin and did not ask for a receipt. You consider explaining that you have a back and the market has ears. But the swords are heavy, and the older man's silence is a suggestion you hear very clearly. Later. Later is an idea you've gotten good at. When he finishes, there's a pause we could park a cart in. Lord Edmund adds a good lord's cough. We shall do as the king commands, he says in a voice that looks straight ahead. He glances at you, almost kind, almost calculating. You file that look away. It's going to matter when the hay greens and the arithmetic begins to fidget. You step back into the yard. The cold greets you like a friend who overshares. The crows have opinions. Someone laughs too loudly at nothing. A boy kicks a clod so hard it becomes next week's problem. Here's the quiet truth the commissioners can't nail to wood. You still know what your hands know. The plow will be hungry. Lambing won't reschedule. The steward can recite, but he cannot reap. There's a difference between law and weather. One makes noises on paper. The other ruins your shoes. Both shape your day. Only one can be bargained with. You pull your cloak closer. The frost creaks. Power doesn't vanish. It pretends to. It takes a nap under your ribs and waits for spring. In the meantime, you practice the ancient village art of the agreeable expression. You nod. You keep your price in your pocket, folded small. And you walk home slower than you arrived, because dignity, like frost, looks better when it doesn't rush or when it... Chapter 10. A Well with Opinions. Let's talk about wells. They're the village inbox. They hold water and rumors with equal depth. And today, both are very cold. You drift toward the ring of stones the way a moth aims for a candle. The light is conversation. The heat is other people's breath. The rope creaks like an elderly verdict as someone hauls the bucket up. Steam lifts from mouths and from the water's black mirror at the same time, like the well is breathing along with you. Everyone's here who isn't pretending not to be. The reeve counts faces as if they're sheep with opinions. Ellen, the Thatcher's wife, has her arms folded so tight her elbows could strike flint. Will the carter looks like a sack that woke up and chose dignity. Even the dog sits politely, because this is important, and there might be a biscuit involved if civilization survives. Margaret stands near the lip of the well. She has the practical face of a woman who can tell you 3 ways to cook nettles and 2 ways to turn a promise into a rope. Her hair is tucked away in a kerchief that says, "I only unwrap this for war or washing day." When she speaks, it's not loud. It doesn't need to be. It has the gravity of bread. "We heard what they said up at the hall," she begins, as if the manor could hear her through the hedges and learn shame. "But we all know what the fields say. We're the ones they need." You feel that sentence land like a coin in a hand. Small, heavy, undeniable. Around the circle, heads tilt. Someone's knuckles pop. A baby sneezes in agreement. The well doesn't clap, but it would if it had hands. The air has that pre-storm taste, metal and maybe a mistake. The statute's new nails are still squeaking in the manor post, but here by the water, the law looks thinner. Not gone, just stretched like old leather. The older men keep their eyes on their boots because the sky's listening, and the younger ones keep their mouths shut because swords were in the room earlier and might still be walking about. "Let's be plain," Margaret continues, and plain is delicious. "They say 2 pence. When last harvest we got 3 and a slice. They say no moving to another village without a letter. They say masters fined if they paid dear." She lifts her chin like she's considering the son's performance and finding it adequate but not impressive. "They have parchment. We have lambing." It's a good point. Lambing is a tyrant and doesn't read. You look into the well. The water shows your face in shivers, Thomas-shaped, somewhat bewildered, distinctly underpaid. You remember the months after the pestilence when there were fewer hands for the same acres, and suddenly you were a hot commodity with mud on the boots. People asked nicely. They paid in coin that clinked, not just ale and kind words that were mysteriously broke by Michaelmas. That was the taste of freedom, salted lightly with sore shoulders. The circle shuffles closer, the way sheep edge toward the shepherd when thunder mutters. "What do we do?" Will asks, not because he doesn't know, but because asking is how you make a thing legal in a village. The reeve leans in, all angles and caution. "We do not break the law," he says to the ground, because it's easier to convince dirt than people. "We observe it, carefully." He spreads careful like jam, thin, strategic, a little transparent. Margaret nods. "Carefully," she echoes. "We start at first light because that is the law, and we stop when it's dusk because that is also the law. Not a bean later. No, just a bit more while the sky is pink. The sky can be pink without us." There's a general mellow noise of appreciation. You suddenly fond of the idea of laws used like umbrellas. Find your shoulders relaxing. "And," Margaret goes on, "we do not run to other parishes where we'd need a letter. We walk very slowly, so slowly that the steward over there notices we are close to home, where our sick aunt, what's her name, needs tending. All our aunts are suddenly fragile as eggs. We tend them, carefully. Old Nan, who is everyone's aunt by consent decree, nods like a bell. "I've never been so delicate in my life," she whispers, delighted. "I shall swoon at noon daily." Also, Ellen adds, eyes flinty with intelligence, we discover that our shoes are devout and wish to keep the Sabbath much more often than they used to, and our tools, being pious, refuse to work for less than they did in the good year before the pestilence. Stubborn hoes, what can one do? The circle smiles. This is village coven without saying coven, because coven is a naughty word in statutes and a perfectly reasonable word between friends. It is the ancient art of agreeing to be sensible at the same time. It's the medieval version of a group chat, except the only emojis are eyebrows and a bucket. Someone mentions rumors from Kent, men speaking loudly in fields, collectors counting noses for the new poll tax and finding those noses strangely unhelpful. The dog sneezes again, which counts as a vote in favor of anything that annoys a taxman. The reeve lifts a warning finger. Rumors are noise, he says, because reeves are issued with phrases like that. This is about us, and how slow the day can be in perfect obedience. You breathe. The cold slides into your lungs and folds itself neatly. You think of the commissioner's parchment and how it felt like a lid pressed onto a pot that was already simmering. Here by the well, someone has just lifted the pot's corner with a stick to let the steam out. Not an explosion, a plan. Plans are comfortable if they're small enough to fit in a pocket. Margaret looks at you, straight as a plow line. Thomas, she says, your price goes in your sleeve. If asked, you have no price. You have hours, fewer if the wind is rude. And if anyone asks you to hurry, tell them your back has a bishop in it. Bishops, as we know, are very heavy. You nod, solemn as a saint in a window. Behind you the rope groans, and the bucket bumps the stone, a little drum that keeps time for the meeting. The water shows the sky, a gray coin someone dropped and never found again. You become aware of the bread in your pouch, the warmth of it against your hip. Food tastes better when eaten during mild rebellion. That's just science. Right, Margaret concludes, crisp as frost. We will be lawful, and we will be slow. We will be necessary, and we will be unavailable at the exact wrong moment. We will be polite as a church and slippery as an eel. And we will remember, we're the ones they need. The circle breathes out. The dog stands, stretches, decides civilization has indeed survived, and goes to investigate whether the bread in your pouch is perhaps a public good. The meeting dissolves the way snow does, each flake minding its own business, all of them part of something bigger. You trail away with the others. The well keeps its reflections to itself. Minutes of the meeting, one bucket, several nods, and a strategy you can hide under your hat. The well has opinions, of course, but it knows when to keep quiet. Frankly, that makes it the best chair anyone could ask for, Chapter 11. Embers on the Horizon. Let's talk about dusk. It's when the field stops pretending to be a workplace and starts being a rumor with dirt attached. You're there because careful obedience was today's fashion at the well, and you are nothing if not trend-aware. The soil is cool as old bread under your hands. Your hoe is pious and slow, honoring the letter of the law with the enthusiasm of a cat at a bath. The ridge smells of crushed clover and last year's straw. Midges do their tiny vespers over the ditch. Your back has a bishop in it, presiding with all the solemnity you could desire. 1 row, 2 rows. A pause to look like you're thinking deeply about clods. Then you see it. a seam of gray rising beyond the hedges, where Great Wickham lives its life very earnestly. One column of smoke, straight as a candle that forgot about subtlety. You blink at it. You can pretend it's someone's gigantic dinner until a second column lifts on the other side. Little Thornton's direction, thin and urgent. 2 is a coincidence. 3, there, far beyond the ridge where the road goes sulky, is punctuation. The countryside is writing something in smoke. You keep hoeing because you are, as agreed, legal. You hoe like a monk copies, slowly, faithfully, with the understanding that the important part is time. The sun goes lower, an old coin trying to hide behind the hedgerow. The air takes on that roasted smell of summer, finally remembering it used to be firewood. It's not cottage smoke, warm and honest with hints of cabbage. It's sharper, like old parchment deciding it's had enough of being a list. Burnt vellum has opinions. They smell like roasted library. A bell claps itself awake from Great Wickham. 1, 2, then the hurrying scatter that means not church, not wedding, not plague cry. Tocsin. Bees trapped in an iron bucket. The sound walks along the hedges, and every hedge leans in to listen. You straighten slowly, which is the only speed you're allowed, and shade your eyes. The smokestacks are taller now, steady and supervised. There are flickers at their feet, torches, or, to be accurate, people with torches and a plan. The kind of plan that spells certain words. No more, not today, not like this. In your head, Margaret's voice is practical as a saucepan. We're the ones they need. You taste the sentence again. It goes well with dusk. By the time your row is morally complete, the horizon has put jewelry on. Small orange glows bead the gentler hills like a necklace your aunt would wear if she ever admitted to owning something fancy. The fields do not burn. The cottages do not burn. The barns, listen. If they're touched, it's on purpose. And only the Lord's grain, the tithed sheaves, the sweet hoarded winter inside a locked mouth. In Great Wickham's yard, you can make out the tidy rectangular brightness of a bonfire built like an argument. Someone has fed it the manorial rolls, tied in neat bundles like bundle-shaped provocations. Fire crackles in the language of cancelled obligations. You can tell what it's not. It's not riot like a thrown pan, boiling over into whatever's closest. It's precision. It's a dozen villages discovering the reply-all function at the same time. The old court paper goes up in a curdled hiss. Skins that once held calves, now surrendering bailiff handwriting. Each pop is a deed unlatching. If a debt burns in an empty yard and no clerk can read it anymore, does it still exist? You drift a palm across your mouth to hide the way it wants to smile. Down the path by the hedge, Will the carter appears, an accidental silhouette with shoulders like sacks. He stops beside you and very legally does not look at the horizon. Odd weather, he says to your furrow, which is currently the most fascinating furrow in England. Dry for June. You say, because nice weather talk is the traditional mask for revolution. The dog arrives, sits with enormous virtue, eyes the bread in your pouch the way a merchant eyes a loophole. From Great Wickham, voices float up like thrown hats. Not screams, not yet. That matters. You bend again. The hoe slides into the earth with a companionable sigh. Slow, careful, lawful. Your hours are your hours, and this hour belongs to the field and to watching with the side of your face. Little Thornton's glow grows brighter, a patient bonfire. You imagine them there, strong backs and wider grins, flinging poll tax tallies into the blaze, sheriff's summonses, lists of names that said who owned whom. Fire is the only clerk everyone understands. No parchment, no bondage, at least until somebody rewrites it. But tonight, ink is having a very bad evening. The wind turns. For a moment you get a true taste of it. Grain dust and chaff burning in heaps. The Lord's tithe gone to sky in a golden hiss. There is redistribution happening. Pods of it. You picture sacks hefted down from beans. Good wheat measured out by women with calm faces and clean scoops. The old arms bench suddenly promoted. The scraps and sweepings, the angry, useless part, thrown to the flames as a statement necklace you can see from 3 parishes over. A little cheer spins along the valley. Somewhere a drum takes a guess at rhythm. Somewhere else, a steward explains to his boots that tomorrow he will definitely find all the people who did this, and have the records for it, just as soon as he can locate the records. Your shoulders unspool another inch. You are witnessing, like a scarecrow with better shoes. You think of your own name recorded in some neat hand, a Thomas, attached to a strip of calfskin like a boot to a foot. If that strip meets fire tonight, are you lighter in the morning? Could you walk to another parish and call it stretching? Could your price be a little less shy about saying itself out loud? The question warns you in a place wool cannot reach. In the ditch, frogs begin their low parliamentary session. The hedges collect moths like a quiet audience. Above the ridge, orange points multiply, each one a clause in a sentence nobody asked permission to write. You finish your row, because revolutions are all very well, but lines should be straight, and tomorrow exists. It's a habit. Habits are sandbags. They keep you from floating off. Will clears his throat. We'll be needed in the morning, he says, which could mean bread baked for unexpected guests, or horses hitched for news, or hands steady for breaking more bundles of old skin into useful pieces. You nod. The dog, satisfied with the level of civilization, allows itself a small wag, and then a larger one when a discreet piece of your bread encounters the general public. On the far ridge, Great Wickham's bell settles into a calm occasional note, like a big animal lying down. The smoke lifts and thins. Stars come out with the professional punctuality you wish the steward had. The air is the temperature of decision. You plant your hoe in the last clod of the day and lean on it, the way a sailor leans on a mast, listening for the weather of people. Behind you, the field is dark. Ahead, the horizon glows like embers in a long hearth that runs from manor to manor, countryside stretched on a spit, turning slowly towards something that might be called summer, and might be called justice. You shoulder your hoe, which has completed its devotions, and start home along the cart track. It is important to be careful. It is important to go slow. It is also, this evening, important to notice how many villages discovered the unsubscribe button at the same time. You pass the well. It says nothing, which is unusual and polite. The sky refuses to be fully night, lingered by all that orange thinking. For once, you feel the day punching a neat hole at the end of itself just for you to climb through. And for once, the sky stays late to watch you clock out, watch you clock out. Chapter 12. The Art of Being Courted by a Man Who Owns a Castle. Let's talk about meetings. Not the lively bonfire ones where parchment learns to scream in Latin, but the indoor, table-involved variety, where power dresses up as furniture and tries to remain formal about it. Morning arrives tasting of last night's smoke and everyone's new opinions. The bell is quiet. The fields are full of small, deliberate absences. And you are politely escorted to the great hall, the way a fox might be invited to a hen house, for a chat. The hall is practicing intimidation. Tall beams, black as old bread. A fire large enough to roast a rumour. Banners that used to mean something about crusades, now mostly encouraging moths with high ambitions. The rushes underfoot have had a journey. They sigh like old knees when you walk. You can smell spilled ale, wet wool, dog, and the specific sweet sour of candle grease that has known too many arguments. Lord Edmund is already there, which is surprising. Lords prefer to enter. Today he is present, and his eyes have done a week's travelling overnight. He has the hair of a man who lost an argument with a pillow and a parish. His steward hovers to the left, looking like a ledger with legs. The bailiff lurks to the right, wondering if he's a hat stand. A hound pretends to nap between everyone, because dogs understand politics. Edmund clears his throat and discovers that it's not entirely attached. "Thomas," he says, and your name sits awkwardly in his mouth, like he's borrowed it from someone more used to saying it. "Again." Again is doing heavy lifting. The first meeting, yes, was all position and posture and the statute of labourers repeated like a weather spell. Wages capped, movement forbidden, stay and serve because parchment says so. Today parchment had a bad night. Today parchment is still coughing ash. He gestures you to a long bench. You sit, slowly, the way honest men and cats do. The steward produces a small loaf like it's evidence. Edmund looks at the loaf as if hoping it will explain wages to him. "We," Edmund begins, and then tries again with a smaller pronoun. "I can offer improvements." He chooses the word improvements the way someone chooses a door marked unknown, probably bees. The steward nods briskly, ink-stained fingers hovering over nothing. Muscle memory longing for a quill that did not perish in last night's bonfire. "Food allowances," Edmund says, and the phrase lands with the solemnity of an angel in a muddy lane. "An extra loaf each week, barley or wheat depending on harvest. Ale a day, proper, not watered, a quart." He swallows. "Meat twice weekly, when the pig cooperates." The pig you feel has enormous leverage now. You nod like you're listening to a sermon that might unexpectedly be about you. Your cottage. Edmund pauses artistically. Rent-free. Also fuel rights. Deadwood in the Lord's wood. And, he glances at the steward, who manages a helpless mime of generosity. Marl pit access for your strips. There it is. Rent-free housing. Fuel. Something sensible you can spread on your field. The Black Death blew through a couple of decades ago and took half the workforce to somewhere with fewer taxes. For years, they tried to tie wages to the past with laws like ribbons on a tornado. But laws are just very confident letters. Reality is the part that hauls the plow. You fold your hands, which suddenly feel like they belong to a man who could, if he liked, go to another parish and be greeted as Thomas the Useful. You think of neighbors who left for better terms, of service becoming a word both parties have to negotiate. It's not that freedom arrived. It's that the price of not having you suddenly went up. Let's talk about what I don't get, you say pleasantly. Your voice is the kind of quiet that makes the bailiff remember his own birth certificate. No fines for marrying off the manor. No Harriet do when my old ox gives up and pretends to be a rug. And my hours, you let the words stroll. My hours are sun and needs, not the steward's favorite song. The steward twitches like a man discovering ants. Edmund breathes in the measured, careful way of someone reacquainting himself with the concept of compromise. Outside, sparrows have committee opinions in the eaves. Inside, the dog sighs. Thomas, Edmund says, and this time your name fits better. We both know there are laws. You glance at the steward's empty hands. Last night, the laws went for a walk and did not return in any recognizable condition. There are, you agree. And then there's the harvest. There's your lambing, and your hay, and your barley standing up straight or lying down wrong. There are your rents, which are very brave, and your grain, which is very mortal. And there's Will the carter, who has received a letter from a manor 3 miles off, asking whether he knows a useful Thomas who can lift a scythe without one eyebrow joining the other. You let the silence try those ideas on. They suited. Edmund's jaw does a small, controlled tremor, like a bridge deciding it will hold. 3 meat days, he says hoarsely. At Michaelmas, an extra cheese. And he closes his eyes as if consulting a calendar written on the inside of his skull. No merchant, if your daughter marries. His eyes open, if the husband is sound. The steward's entire ancestry objects through his eyebrows. Edmund does not look at him. Also, Edmund adds, and now he is improvising in public. A 1/4 acre more in the north field. The bit with the obstinate clay. You may have the stubborn part, since you are evidently in fashion. You sit with it. Cheese, clay, no marriage fine, fuel, meat. The great hall watches you pretend you didn't already win when he said rent-free. You think of the statute of laborers trying to staple the old days to the new ones, and the staples keep coming out, ping, ping, ping. Let's put it like this. Medieval HR is a tired nobleman with a nosebleed, trying to build a package while his workforce studies whether gravity still applies to feudalism. You stand. It's a small theater, but you play it well. We'll stay the year, you say, if the steward writes it and the priest blesses it, and if the bailiff learns the difference between duty and hobby. The bailiff frowns, counting his hobbies. and looks concerned. Edmund nods once, twice, like a man convincing his blood to keep moving. "Done," he says, "by Sunday." The steward deflates into a series of defeated blots that would, under normal circumstances, have become fine handwriting. The dog, in favor of treaties that increase the household meat supply, thumps its tail in bipartisan approval. You turn to go, and the hall does not try to stop you. Power is a coat that has been taken in at the waist. It still fits, but it pulls when the wearer breathes. Outside, the air is bright with chores. Women weigh flour like decisions. Men look at hedges as if hedges have suddenly become opportunities. A boy runs past with a message for someone else's lord. Two geese hold a meeting and arrive at a strong conclusion about nothing. Behind you, Edmund is a small, practical shape against the hearth, speaking quietly to a steward whose ink will now have to agree with reality. Ahead, your cottage stands with its door ajar, a rent-free rectangle in a world of rectangles with opinions. You breathe, and it feels like ownership of the current moment. Nothing cosmic, just the right to say yes and no with your whole mouth. The dog from the hall follows you halfway down the path, and then remembers it works for someone else and returns, which is, frankly, the only instance of loyalty still strictly enforced today.
Chapter 13. Spring, a roof, and rumors that climb ladders. Let's talk about spring. The hedges are doing their yearly impression of unruly hair. Lambs are practicing being clouds with legs, and the air tastes like someone rinsed winter and set it to drain. The fields move from brown to hopeful. Tools remember their names. Your hands feel less like old wood and more like instruments again. You wake to the kind of morning that encourages decisions. The steward's ink has dried into a treaty. The bailiff is practicing the new hobby of minding his own business. Even the dog from the Great Hall strolls by your door sometimes, nodding in a bipartisan way, as if confirming that meat days are being observed to the letter. News arrives the way it always does, on several different sets of legs at once. A carter mentions Kent like it's a new saint with surprisingly practical miracles. A peddler sells needles and whispers, "Wat Tyler," with the excitement of a man who has spotted a fox in the vegetable garden and is rooting for the fox. A pilgrim going toward Canterbury talks about sermons that don't ask for coins, only courage. He tries out a line on you. When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? And it lands on your ear like a bell that doesn't know whether to be church or alarm. Let's talk about roofs. Margaret's is tired of pretending to be waterproof. That's the trouble with thatch. Charming in paintings not yet invented, but susceptible to opinions from the weather. You fetch a bundle of reeds and your legget, the wooden paddle that looks like a domestic implement but has strong views about angles. Hazel spars are ready, pinned and sharp, a small army of hedgehog teeth. You climb the ladder. Margaret anchors it with her foot and a gaze that treats gravity as negotiable. Children line up below like an audience that arrived instead of school. As you strip off the rotten thatch, the smell rises, old grass, wet dust, a rumor of last year's storms. The sparrows complain about zoning regulations. You pat the beams, reassuring them like old friends who have survived an argument. This is work your body understands. Hand over reed, reed over batten, pin and dress,
Slap, slap with the legate until the layers lie like obedient shingles. The sound is steady, soothing. It's like playing a large fibrous drum that will, in return, keep 3 families dry and at least 1 squirrel disappointed. Between layers, the world brings you new headlines. "Wat Tyler," says Will the Carter again, just to try it on his tongue. From Kent. Kent is close enough to borrow a cup of sugar, if anyone had sugar. They're not just grumbling, organized, musters, men with staves and bows. They say serfdom's over. They say wages should be paid fair, not fixed by parchment and nostalgia. You look at the sky through the gap, where a weatherproofing plan ought to be, and let that sentence fall through you. Serfdom's over. It feels like hearing that the moon has filed for divorce from nighttime and is trying mornings now. You tie a reed because your hands prefer facts and glance down. Margaret is sorting the next bundle with the briskness of a woman who has put up with weather and men and is equally unimpressed by both. "It's the poll taxes," says a voice from the lane, which is presently a magazine of opinions in serial publication. "Collectors came last month, counting heads like eggs, and folks in Fobbing told them to go collect themselves. Essex too. Brentwood thrashed a few quills." This last said with the grim satisfaction of people who know exactly how much pain a thick ledger can cause when it learns to fly. You remember those taxes. 3 groats a head, regardless of whether your head came attached to prosperity or to potatoes. The young king's government loves a uniform rule. Reality does not. Also, reality has pitchforks. Somewhere between the eaves and the second course of thatch, the rumor grows legs. They're marching to Blackheath, people say, and to London. They'll ask the boy king, sweet Richard with his inconvenient crown, for charters of freedom. They'll burn manorial records where names are tied to dues, like hens tied to pegs. They'll take down the Savoy itself, perhaps, though you and Margaret file that under ambitious architecture. You trim the verge under the eave, tidy as a haircut. The smell of smoke from a cooking fire twines up, calm and domestic, and you think about other kinds of smoke. Charters going bright, ink surrendering to flame, tidy feudal paragraphs making little black ghosts in the air. It's an image with unsettling charm. End Harriot, someone says, the death duty that turns grief into an invoice. End tallage. No more week work without wages. Choose our reeves. No more running when the bailiff whistles. The words come like swallows, quick and sure. The impossible is happening, and it has a schedule. You slide another reed, smooth it, thump it into cooperation. Margaret hands up a spar. Her fingers are red and practical. End serfdom, she says, without drama. She might be saying, end leaks, and why not? Both have soaked generations. Let's talk about how fast ideas travel when they can't write. Forget group chats. You've got a network of boots and wagons. Pilgrims do the middle distance gossip. Peddlers take the alleys. There is no unsubscribe. If you crave quiet, you go to the pigsty, where opinions are snouted, not spoken. Even there a goose will inform you, honkingly, that fair wages are trending. You secure the ridge with a neat line of spars, woven clean as a thought. The roof looks younger. Margaret smiles, an event rare enough to be illuminated with a saint's halo, if anyone had the money for halos. She pours a little ale into a cup. You drink. It tastes earthy, honest, fermented optimism. "Do we go?" she asks, and the ladder creaks, interested. It's a spring question. Planting, lambs, revolts. Can you leave the beans to explain themselves? Who watches the children if London needs explaining to? You look toward the lane where men are measuring their courage like seed. You think of Edmund negotiating with reluctant dignity. You think of the dog choosing meat days over loyalty. You think of statues that tried to hold wages down and discovered that ink dries, but hunger doesn't. You thump the ridge one last gentle time. The roof agrees. You climb down and everything is lighter, the house, the season, the air in your chest. Here's the quiet part. You do not feel angry. You feel useful. Like a tool that has just been sharpened and set on the bench, not to be admired, but to be used the moment the job begins. You make a list in your head, modern in its practicality. Bread for 2 days. A spare pair of hose, no holes, you optimist. A knife that has behaved itself. A ribbon from Margaret's sleeve, because you are allowed to be a person while history is happening. Will the carter shifts from foot to foot as if rehearsing the first miles. Someone mentions Blackheath again, like a destination on a map made of rumor. John Ball's words drift back, gentle and enormous. When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? You are suddenly very fond of Adam as a fellow professional. You set the legate against the wall carefully, as if putting a child to bed. The swallows keep arguing tenancy rights under the eave, but their voices have lost the echo of rain. The cottage looks proud, a thatched hat tilted at a jaunty, newly leak-resistant angle. "The world's changing," Margaret says. You nod. So is the roof. The lane hums like a hive tuned to hope. Somewhere distant, a bell rings lunchtime, or muster time, or it could be both. You feel the tug of two duties, the field and the road, and for once they are not enemies. They are two ends of the same rope, and your hands have always been good at ropes. And that's the funny thing, really. You fix the roof so it can keep out the weather, and then you go outside to stand in it. History knocks, and for once, you don't pretend to be out. You pass it a bundle of reeds, and tell it to hold the ladder, tell it to hold the ladder. Chapter 14. June, boots, and a banner that doesn't apologize. Let's talk about mornings that arrive with company. You wake to a square that has learned new noises overnight. Not roosters and carts, but leather creaking like polite thunder, a horse snorting mist over the water trough, and the small, intelligent clink of iron saying good morning to iron. Smoke rises from cook fires that were not here yesterday, carrying the smell of oatmeal, onions, and intent. Dew sits on everything like the village has been glazed. The hedges have opinions. The geese file affidavits, and the dog from the hall considers defecting to whichever side looks more generous with bones. They've set up, tidy as a fair, Tents where there were none, bundles stacked by tens, bows unstrung and resting like cats. You know these men, and you don't. They are hedgers, reeves, carters, fowlers, and millers' cousins. Except today, they look like someone took the long patience out of their hands and hammered it into edges. Bills glint, rehafted scythes point at a future. Staves lean in a row like very tall, very sober villagers. A few wear quilted jacks. One has a kettle hat that makes him look like a pilgrim who discovered soup pan technology during a revelation. There's a scrap of linen painted with a red cross of St. George, a little crooked and a lot convincing. The paint is still tacky, which somehow makes the idea of it feel fresh. At the front stands a woman in a red kirtle faded to the exact color of old brick, sleeves rolled. She has the steady posture of someone who has lifted more than her share of buckets and has discovered that authority is also a muscle. A length of hardened leather sits over her shoulders, a jack, patched, honest, and at her hip hangs a knife, not showy, just present. Her hair is tucked under a coif, a practical halo. Her eyes are auditors. If she asked a tax to justify itself, it would stammer. Morning, she says, and the word slows everything down without losing any momentum. It's not loud, it just lands. We go to London. That's the sentence that presses the air flat. Someone coughs respectfully. Even the sparrows pause their litigation. We go to Blackheath, and then to the Boy King, she continues, the way you explain where the path runs by the old elm. We are loyal to Richard. We are not loyal to thieves who hide behind him. We carry no fire into London, except the kind that heats a pot. We carry words, and if needed, we carry bills. We will speak our demands, charters of freedom, fair rents, no more weak work without wages, no more Harriot turning mourning into inventory, no more poll taxes, counting heads like hens, and charging each one 3 groats whether it lays or not. It's time for breakfast. Bad idea. Your stomach, uninvited, remembers porridge, but your ears keep chewing on her words. Since the great pestilence, she says, and that phrase moves through you like a door you hadn't noticed opening. Since our neighbors went into the ground and did not come out, our hands have been worth more. We are fewer. We keep the land alive. Their statutes try to pen us like sheep, to fix wages like jars, to push the clock back with parchment. But ink is not stronger than hunger, and it is not stronger than us. John Ball would clap if he weren't somewhere else saying the same thing with a different kind of music. When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? The line shows up again like a helpful neighbor with a ladder. Names tumble out of the morning. Will the carter arrives, an anchor with legs, and falls into a queue that looks suspiciously like a tithing, the old groups of 10 that used to be for frank pledge and looking respectable at court. Now they're roll calls and rations. Edmund, the steward you've been rehabilitating into a person, hovers at the edge with 2 expressions fighting over his face: the habit of authority and the relief of not pretending he controls any of this. Margaret stands next to you, arms crossed, one eyebrow on day release. It's a June morning, which means everything can happen. An older man beats a slow time on the side of a bucket with a spoon. It sounds like a heart that votes yes. "Names," says the woman, and a boy with ink-stained fingers and a tally stick does what bishops and bailiffs do, except with a completely different spirit. Men step forward. John, John, Robert, Thomas. You step up. Name? You say it, and she nods in the way of a person cataloguing useful tools. "There are many Thomases," she observes, without sarcasm, like noting there are many fields. "This one can thatch," Margaret adds, a fact you didn't intend to be a recommendation, and the woman's mouth smiles just on one side. "Then this one knows how to weave reed into something that keeps weather out. We'll need that kind of mind." They are organized in the way oxen are, slow-looking until you try to push one. Watches are set: first light, mid-morning, noon, evening. The latrine hedge is designated with the authority of Rome. Water carriers are assigned. They show you the pace: slow, relentless, like a sermon that keeps landing. No one drinks before noon unless someone falls. If someone falls, everyone stops. Vows are unstrung until they are not. Nobody touches the sealed ale, but the woman says sealed in a way that makes the seals behave. Let's talk about goodbyes that aren't. The village edits itself. Mothers tie kerchiefs under chins that pretend not to like it. A boy hands his father a stone with a hole in it, because luck travels better if it has its own window. Margaret disappears into the cottage and returns with your bundle. Bread with yesterday's heat still inside it. A little cheese. Your well-behaved knife. The spare hose that don't deserve their optimism. And the ribbon from her sleeve. The color of skies that think about rain and then reconsider.
She ties it to your wrist like she's licensing you to return. "Bring your legget," she says, practical to the bone. "They may need a banner pole." The ridiculous and the sacred shake hands. You pick up the legget, that wooden paddle with opinions, and it looks pleased about its new appointment. You pat the roof you fixed yesterday the way you pat a friend's shoulder before you both go into a room to say obvious truths. "Do we go?" someone asks the woman, meaning today, now, or ever. She looks down the lane as if time is walking up it. "If we walk together," she says, "we are already gone." The first steps are the strangest. Your legs think you're heading to the lower field, or to the brook for the washing of regrettable socks. The road feels familiar until it doesn't. The hedges nod approval because hedges enjoy processions. Will's cart creaks, loaded with oat sacks and dreams that weigh about the same. Someone starts a song that is definitely not a song, more like a line of words that agrees with itself. The air is full of pollen and an odd quiet that contains bells you can't hear yet. You pass the manor and don't bow. Edmund chooses not to notice that he notices. For once, manners do not apply, or rather, you have invented a new one. Be decent to each other and dangerous to the problem. Margaret walks you to the end of the lane. "If you see anyone selling miracles," she says, "buy only the small kind." Then she kisses your forehead
which is the opposite of armor and twice as strong. The woman raises her hand. The bucket drum taps. You all move. The banner's red cross sways like a promise that didn't ask permission. Blackheath is a name that becomes a direction. London is a rumor that becomes a destination. The king is a boy who will learn about voices. Behind you, your cottage stands in its new hat, untroubled by rain. In front of you, a city that thinks it is the center of the world prepares to be surprised by a village. You adjust the legate on your shoulder. Your hand closes around the ribbon. You feel useful. It's a good feeling to walk with. Good feeling to walk with.
Chapter 15. A latch, a note, and the South Road's quiet appetite. Let's talk about doors. 10 paces into the lane, with the banner doing its soft red arithmetic in the morning air, you remember the thing you forgot to say to your own life. You murmur to Margaret and step back, boots whispering on the chalk like you just recalled the bread left in the oven. It isn't drama, it's housekeeping. The cottage waits where you left it, its new thatch still pleased with itself. The door, the same stubborn board that has argued with your shoulder in every season, watches you like a dog that knows what suitcases mean. The field beyond is the exact green of a well-meaning promise, and the bean rows line up as if to be counted in the next tax. They don't know about poles or groats. They know rain and hands. You slide the latch and set the bar. For improved security, you tilt a flint against the inside to catch the gap, which is the medieval version of two-factor authentication. Wood plus small rock. And if anyone gets past that, there's an angry goose in the buyer who has very clear opinions about property. You check the thatch one last time. Pinned neat, combed smooth, the ridge like a good thought. And your palm ends up dusty with straw bloom. It smells like June's pockets. Inside, the light is a polite guest. Your bench, your pot, the peat ash that remembers last night's red. Your bed sack looks like an animal that stopped pretending to be a mattress and is now merely friendly hay. Everything you built together stands around you pretending not to be sentimental. You could stay. You are very good at staying. You have tools for it. The legate that is not a leg. The rake that has taught you patience. The small jar of grease that holds every creak in counsel. The truth sits down on the stool. All of this rests on the goodwill of people who write your name on parchment like a suggestion. Villenage is a word that means yours until someone remembers it's theirs. You hold land the way you hold a loaf while someone else sharpens the knife. Week work, boon work, merchant for marriage. Harry it when you're dead, so even your mourning must pay receipts. After the pestilence, hands like yours could charge more. The statute of laborers tied your wages to yesterday, as if yesterday could be made to behave. They fixed the number and forgot to fix the weather. You take a scrap of birch bark you've saved, a poor man's parchment, and a bit of charcoal from the hearth. Letters are not your friends, but you've learned a handful of them the way you learned the names of saints, by repetition and necessity. Slowly you print what you can, steady and square, and then you draw your mark, the cross you use when pen and priest conspire against you. For Edmund at the hall, you write. We go to speak with the king. Hold no malice to my house. It isn't poetry. It's a polite knock on a door you're not opening. You wedge the bark under the door latch, where a steward with an inconvenient conscience will find it. If he carries it to the Lord, let it be carried with that same inconvenience. You hang your little bundle back on your shoulder, the weight of food and ribbon and decision adding up to something you can actually lift. This is what freedom looks like at first. Bread, a knife, a stick, and a sentence. Outside, the village does that trick where it pretends to be the same and is not. The geese rehearse litigation. The well's rope squeaks the exact pitch of 14 sermons. Smoke climbs like slow handwriting. You take 2 steps past the herb bed, and then 3 more, and the garden gate makes that soft creak you've never had time to fix. You leave it like that, because some problems you keep on purpose so you can come home to them. You rejoin the line without needing to look for it. The sound of many feet is its own signpost. The pace is still, that patient sermon walk. Will's cart creaks a greeting, and your legate leans into your shoulder like it approves of promotions. The woman in the red kirtle nods without turning her head, an acknowledgement you feel more than see. The currency of people who don't waste words on things already decided. Fields slide by. Hedges bow like minor nobility who have decided to defect to the people who trim them. Larks do the kind of music that never got written down, but taught every boy how to whistle. You pass a boundary stone with a cross carved onto it, the kind the reeve points to when he wants to remind you that lines are older than you. You tap it with your fingers anyway, the way you pat a sleeping dog, gently, with respect, and under no illusions. Since you are walking, you can think, and thinking does that dangerous thing where it stacks questions into ladders. What if the Lord takes the oxen while you're gone? What if he levies a fine on your absence? What if you come back with charters and he calls them paper birds? What if London eats you? What if it doesn't? Your mind inventory checks each worry and then puts it on the cart with the oat sacks, because that's the rule she set at the start. If someone falls, everyone stops. If worry comes, share it until it weighs less. Someone passes a skin of water, and it tastes of leather and sky. Noon comes by sly degrees, and you don't drink before it, because rules keep people from inventing new emergencies. A boy trots alongside, counting you on his tally, as if you were sheep who have decided to count back. He has ink on his knuckles and pride on his walk. He looks south, as if the horizon owes him an answer. When the road crests, you can see the whole of your little world behind you. Your roof makes its modest triangle. The strips of field show their careful ribs. It looks from this distance like a thing that could be taken, because it always was. You didn't make it safe. You made it good. Safe is a different branch entirely, owned by people who write writs in rooms with better windows. You keep walking. A man with a kettle hat offers you a dried apple. It tastes of last autumn and the idea that seasons can cooperate. Up ahead, someone recites a rhyme they've heard from a priest who forgot to be quiet. When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? It moves through the group the way a practical joke moves through a family, quick and familiar, and the laughter is not loud, only very certain. By evening you stop at a wide verge that has agreed to be a camp. Fires itch into being, and porridge begins experimenting with being more interesting by means of onion. Watches are set. The sealed ale behaves. You untie the ribbon from your wrist and tie it higher on the legget where the light can find it. Margaret's weather is joined the banner. You lie down on the ground that belongs to no one but itself, and discover that comfort is sometimes just a cloak under your shoulder blades and a promise under your tongue. The cottage is behind you, but it is not gone anywhere. It is exactly where a home should be, waiting for news you intend to bring back. You close your eyes to the sound of leather shifting and a bucket tapping slow time, and think the plainest thought anyone can think. You are ordinary, and you are not harmless. It turns out those two things can walk together as far south as they need to,
Chapter 16. A hill, a city, and the tower's closed hand. Let's talk about arriving. Dawn is the color of porridge that tried to be enthusiastic and failed. You shoulder your legget, ribbon bright as a good thought, and climb with the others until the chalk path stops pretending to be a path and becomes a view. June 13th. The date is as neat and square as a clerk's jaw. You are higher than birds who haven't had their coffee. Then the hill breathes out, and London is simply there. The city sprawls, a beast that fell asleep facing the river and forgot to ever get up. Stone walls knit around it like someone tried to crochet a circle and added too many stitches. Spires prick the morning, each one a finger pointing up to remind God where his mail should be delivered. And the tower, good grief, the tower, sits on the water like a giant's fist, knuckles white, ringed with smaller fists, pretending they aren't just thumbs. You've heard about it your whole life. You've heard about cells where voices go thin. You've heard that money speaks there in a tone everyone suddenly understands. Between this hill and that fist is a sea of people who should be a harvest, but decided to be weather instead. Tents, carts, cook fires making low talk with smoke, spearheads catching light like dragonflies learning math. The rebel camps striped the riverbank for miles, as if the Thames sprouted hedgehog quills and couldn't be bothered to apologize. Kent's men with green sprigs in their hats, Essex men with that expression that says, "We do not trust your spoon." Banners that are more ambition than fabric. Someone has painted a pig on theirs, beautifully, and no one knows why, but you respect the commitment. A man behind you claps your shoulder with a hand like a shovel. "Easy, Thomas," he says, because somewhere along the road your name got used out loud again and didn't crack. You nod because you are still a person who nods, and then you look again, because looking is your only rich habit. Smell does its work first. The Thames is at low tide and has opinions, old fish and wet rope, and the complicated perfume of Southwark's tanners across the water. Smoke curls from 100 breakfasts and tries to season everything. Someone is baking something honest that can only be bread. Somewhere else, onions enter a relationship with bacon fat that is technically illegal in half the counties you've lived in. Your stomach votes yes with a noise. It would make a terrible parliamentarian. Sound, next. You hear prayer from a priest who forgot he is not the only priest, voice carrying like a rope. John Ball is down there in a circle of elbows and hats, reminding the air that when Adam delved and Eve span, there were no gentlemen, only chores. You hear him as a rumor. Delved, span, who then? The words move through camp the way doves move through roofs, in and out, and leaving small notes where they pass. There's laughter, too, the low, certain kind that doesn't need to audition for anyone. Carts complain about being carts. Horses do that patient horses do when they want a different job. Metal answers metal like it's practicing. You inhale the moment and then exhale because it is large and you prefer your breaths human-sized. Will's cart thumps up beside you, the wheel sounding like a monk hitting a drum with an opinion. The woman in the red kirtle lifts her chin at the city, like someone who has been personally offended by masonry. You feel the group pause, as if everyone has remembered at once that this is the part in the song where you have to sing, not hum. It's time for perspective, which is never as helpful as people think. The walls are old Roman bones dressed up in fresh scolding. Aldgate sits to the northeast like a door that pretends it never opens. London Bridge throws its spine across the water, with houses standing on it, little wooden cubs clinging to their mother. Across at Southwark, the inns look ready to pour ale into anything carrying a cup and an opinion. You can't see the Fleet prison from here, but you know stories that can. You can't see the Savoy Palace either, belonging to the Duke who is never here, and therefore very easy to dislike. You make a mental note that palaces are just more to sweep. A boy near you shades his eyes with a hand that has never failed at anything on purpose. "Is this siege?" he asks, the way someone asks, "Is this stew?" Because they are hopeful and fearful in equal measures. Not in the textbook way, you think, which is to say a ring of soldiers starving a city into good behavior, but close enough for a lullaby. The city is a crab in a bucket, and someone accidentally turned the bucket into a festival. You descend the hill in that careful way people do when they want to look like they're not hurrying, and absolutely are. As you join the edge of the camp, you notice the reality of thousands. Latrines have been dug with the grim cheer of men who have made worse holes. Cookpots hang like moons over low fires. A woman sharpens a billhook with a rhythm that could get stuck in your ears for days. A man is trying to stitch a shoe and a flag at the same time, a combination that looks more symbolic than successful. You pass a group from Maidstone who have tied bits of ribbon to their poles, because someone said it helps, and why not? Ribbons, one learns, are a form of strategy. Let's talk about patience. It's not bravery's cousin, it's bravery's accountant. All morning you wait in a crowd that knows a secret. The gatekeepers eat the same bread as the kept. Londoners come and go in twos and fives, eyes bright, hands carrying gossip and pies back and forth like a new trade. You eat a heel of bread and a slice of last year apples someone smuggled into the present. A clerk with ink on his sleeve stands on a cart and reads a petition that sounds like a shopping list for a better world. Harriet abolished, bondage ended, wages not nailed to yesterday. The crowd murmurs approval in 1,000 throat lanterns. Modern comparison break. Waiting here feels like being in a very long queue where, at the front, instead of a ticket, they give you an idea. The line moves in the manner of all important lines, slowly, with the occasional person cutting in because they know somebody's cousin. No one is delighted, and no one leaves. You stand, because standing is a verb your body knows by heart. Around noon, a gossip like a bird lands. The bridge may open. The city may open itself. You picture the bridge's drawbridge behaving like a lip considering a smile. You imagine gates remembering how hinges work. It is not certainty, but it is the kind of rumor that brings everyone to the feet-first edge of themselves. The tower sits across the water, calm as a rich man's oath. It is very good at impersonating tomorrow. You feel the sun on your face, and the blunt, practical weight of your legate against your shoulder. You look at London as if it were a person who could be persuaded. Perhaps it can. Cities are made of people, and people can be argued with. The camp breathes in. The river decides it will be water again after a morning as philosophy. Somewhere, someone begins another verse. When Adam delved. Quiet this time, as if even the rhyme is saving its strength for later. You're not sure what will happen. That's honest. You are sure of your feet, of the ribbon that refuses to fade, of the sound a crowd makes when it agrees on something without needing the words. You think about your cottage politely waiting far behind you, about doors that behave and geese with legal opinions. You couldn't afford to come here. No one could. But here you are, ordinary and not harmless, staring down a city that spent a century learning how to look important. Lunch is onions. The plan is hope. The mood is, let's see if stone remembers it used to be mud. And honestly, that's not a bad way to spend a Thursday. Chapter 17. The Palace That Forgot to Be Afraid. Let's talk about gates that decide their doors. A rumor puts on legs, and then London does the unthinkable. It opens. It doesn't fling itself apart in panic. It exhales like a tired shopkeeper who's seen worse. You move with the others, green sprigs, ribbons, opinions, and the current of you all carries you down the Strand, where the river grins its long grin. Your legate bobs on your shoulder, ribbon bright as a small, stubborn miracle. The city doesn't crack, it yields, and the crowd does what water does when a stone finally shifts. It pours. The Savoy rises on your left like a boast with windows. It isn't a house, it's a thesis about wealth. John of Gaunt's place. Not here, of course. He's up north, arguing with the weather and the Scots and his reflection. But his absence is the most expensive thing in the yard. Towers with opinions, gardens that have never met a weed, oriel windows preening like swans, a porter's lodge that is actually a small church with trust issues. You can feel your shoulders remembering field work and deciding to be taller. The gate doesn't so much break as remember it's made of wood. You are pressed forward, pressed inward, pressed into a history you thought only happened to other people. The courtyard breathes your name as a plural, stone underfoot, smooth as a lie told often. There's a moment where everyone goes quiet, not because anyone said hush, but because opulence has a natural hush to it, the way snow has a sound you can't hear. It's time for a palace tour, peasant edition. Smell arrives first, nosy as ever. Beeswax polished into furniture for the last half-century. The leathery dignity of saddles that think they're dukes. A distant perfume trying to survive in a room full of onions from earlier lives. Then smoke, low and patient, like a tutor who knows you'll be late to class, but you'll get there. Someone throws the first chair. It's a good chair, carved oak with lions chewing on vines, the kind of furniture that says, yes, I am heavy, and I have read a book. It shatters into a kind of agreement. Flames accept the job with excellent manners. Let's talk about discipline. The shout goes up and's repeated 100 times by 100 reliable throats. Take nothing. It's not a suggestion. The rule is as crisp as a new penny. We burn. We don't pocket. When a man snatches at a cup, out of reflex, out of childhood scarcity, out of fingers that never get to hold flash, hands pull him back hard. You see his face like a boy caught with a plum. Another voice. Who steals is a traitor to the commons. He is dragged to the blaze's edge and reminded what words can cost. It's ugly and it's not complicated. Modern comparison break. Imagine going to a luxury store with 1,000 of your closest acquaintances and deciding collectively to set it on fire, but also to maintain a flawless returns policy. No taking home a candle, no samples, only vibes. Tapestries come down with the sigh of a century. Wool, silk, and the battle of some people in a distant century who are now reduced to decorative flailing. They're beautiful, which is part of the problem. You and 6 others walk them like unwilling sails to the growing bonfire. The woven saints and kings and castles meet the sparks and become smoke. Their store is reheated and less polite. A heraldic device catches your eye. Castles and lions quartered together. Castile and Leon. Because John likes to dream with both eyes open. The lions look brave until they curl black. Sound takes over. The splinter of benches arguing with physics. The gentle swear of a man who has just understood how many chests there are in the world. The crowd's low hum. Not quite a chant. Not quite a prayer. Over it all, fire speaking fluent everything. It pops. It crackles. It tells jokes about seasoning. Someone finds the cellar and calls out like a child who has discovered a dragon's pantry. But even there the rule holds. The barrels are rolled and split, and wine becomes a red street, then a purple memory. You have never seen a river drunk, but the gutter is trying. It's time for a small honesty. The colors are satisfying. Blues and crimsons turn theatrical, then embarrassed, then ash. The grand bed frames go up, as if they were always kindling that took etiquette classes. A mirror flourishes your face at you one last time, and then crumples in heat. Your reflection melting into puddled silver. Lead from a roof edge surrenders and runs in slow streams like candle tears. The richest rain the courtyard will ever get. You think about justice, and it doesn't call you back by name. Justice is a very busy woman, but she glances over, and you get a look at her shoes. Muddy, practical, not new. You remember the clerk on the cart, and his neat list of impossible errands. Abolish this. End that. Wages unchain yesterday. You remember the tower sitting by the river pretending to be the future. You watch wealth learn a foreign language called smoke.
And think about how for once the scale in your chest feels a half-degree less crooked. Let's talk about rooms. You step into a hall so large you could grow weather in it. The ceiling has beams you can't count without someone bringing you lunch. Light falls through stained glass and lands on the floor like tame jewels. A carved screen shows scenes from somewhere too much. Everywhere the past, future people planned for themselves. You lay a hand on a table and feel 1,000 dinners that weren't yours. The table is steady as a bishop, and then a billhook kisses its leg, and the bishop remembers running. Cinnamon ghosts the air from a broken coffer. Cloves follow, sharp as gossip. Luxury has a smell, and today it smells like winter, pretending to be eternal. Fire has an answer. Modern comparison break. This is open plan living. If your plan is to let air speak Latin, the acoustics are immaculate. If you whisper, rent control, the beams would probably echo it back in rhymes. Outside, someone is singing badly and sincerely. When Adam delved, again, but with a chorus of hammer and flame. A boy you don't know dances a little, a hop step that says, I've never been this tall. A woman in the red kirtle snaps a splinter in two and feeds the blaze like a midwife. Will's cart creaks up to the gate and stops, the horse regarding the fire the way horses regard all human projects, approvingly, with reservations. You stand a moment longer than you planned. Heat presses your shins like a friendly cat. Soot freckles your knuckles. Your ribbon stays ridiculous and brave. A piece of something gilded collapses with a soft, elaborate sigh, as if apologizing for the effort it took to exist. It's time to leave a little and look back. The Savoy is becoming past tense at a steady, respectable pace. You taste ash and clove and the iron tang of nails admitting defeat. Behind your eyes, you keep a picture on purpose, not of ruin exactly, but of a room where no one says, you can't. Justice doesn't feel like triumph. It feels like sweeping. It feels like deciding what you won't carry out with you, even if you could. It feels like watching a palace learn humility and thinking, that's a useful subject for everyone. Someone bumps your elbow and offers a crust. You take it. It's warm from a pocket and tastes faintly of smoke and decision. Not bad, as Thursdays go. As Chapter 18, The Field That Pretended to Be a Throne. Let's talk about fields that dress up as courts. Morning arrives with the fussy light of a clerk sharpening a quill. The Savoy's smoke drifts behind you in a polite ribbon, and the road east blurs with feet and purpose. Aldgate yawns, the city blinking after a hard night. And then, Mile End. A meadow with ambitions. Grass spiked with daisies and iron points, banners stitched by hands that also milk cows. Everything feels newly invented, especially your heartbeat. You are part of a tide that decided not to crash. It settles, it arranges, it braids itself into silence. The hush is astonishing. You could fold laundry in it. Scythes lean on shoulders like patient pets. Staves tap knees. Bows breathe. Will's cart creaks to a stop behind you, the horse putting its ears forward the way horses do when history is about to make a noise. Then the boy arrives.
Richard is 14 and riding a horse like it came with an instruction manual he skimmed. He's got the royal banner, St. George's Red Cross, going full theater in the gentle wind. Around him, a small constellation of serious faces, household knights holding their courage like soup bowls you cannot spill, aldermen who look like they've seen accounting and no real terror, a few clerks whose ink-stained fingers are twitching at the mere concept of paperwork in a field. The boy's jaw is set. His eyes are doing fractions. He's trying on bravery in front of a mirror made of 1,000 people. Wat Tyler stands up front, blunt as truth. He's not here to audition. He's here to list. His shoulders are a statement. Beside him, spokesmen from Essex and London shift their feet in grass that refuses to become carpet. John Ball's words float somewhere above everyone's heads like a sparrow that won't pick a branch. When Adam delved and Eve span. Let's talk about asking. There's no podium. There's no microphone. There's a boy with a voice he hasn't entirely grown into, and a crowd that knows every syllable matters. Tyler doesn't waste syllables. He tells the king what you all came to say. End the bondage that ties men to soil like furniture. No more villains, no more unfree hands. Let every man pay a fixed rent for his holding, a sum you can weigh, not guess, not bend around a lord's mood. Let labor be labor for wages, not a hereditary sentence. Free markets, free movement, amnesty for what has already happened. Because what has already happened has possibly been enthusiastic. Pardon, and then a tomorrow with fewer chains in it. The air waits a heartbeat, then another. Then the boy king does something astonishing. He agrees. You watch it happen in his face, the math of fear and prudence adding up faster than anyone expected. You shall have it, he says, and the words feel like warm bread breaking through the crowd. He nods once, twice, and somewhere a scribe's pulse doubles. He orders charters, many
charters, promising freedom, fixed rents, and pardon. Write them now. Seal them here. The clerks blink at the grass, at the people, at their ink, and begin to copy like industrious bees suddenly assigned a cathedral. Modern comparison break. It's like getting your entire wish list approved by a project manager who is technically also a freshman in high school. The budget? Sure. The timeline? Absolutely. Also, please sign this field. You stand on your toes to see the seal. Green wax, as befits grants of serious weight, softening over a portable brazier. The Great Seal's familiar impress, kingly, certain, very official for someone who still probably has opinions about jousting miniatures, presses into the wax and leaves a promise you can touch. Silk cords dangle. The parchment crackles. Names are called. Hands, your hands, rough and suddenly very careful, reach forward to receive a future wrapped in Latin and intention. Let's talk about sound again. No cheering, well, not at first. It's more like an exhale that starts at the front and travels backward through the thousands like a quiet wave you can feel at your ankles. Then, laughter, a little cracked at the edges. Then crying, because someone's granddad is there and remembers everything and didn't think he would see this. People look at one another the way you look at a loaf that rose properly. Proud, bewildered, a little hungry. You glance at the boy king. For a second, he looks exactly his age.
Relief loosens his shoulders. A knight near him leans in with advice you will never hear. Richard straightens again and meets the crowd with a steadying stare. You think, he is frightened, and he is trying. Both can be true, and sometimes that's the most human thing. Modern comparison break. Have you ever watched a CEO at a company all-hands meeting discover that saying yes to everything is the only fire extinguisher within reach? That, but with more linen and fewer slides. The clerks keep writing. Parchments multiply like a very polite fungus. Every so often, a name is shouted, and a man shoulders his way forward, hat in hand, eyes wide, and takes a charter like an infant he's not entirely sure how to hold. Some are told to carry them back to their hundreds and tithings, to show them to men who stayed home because someone has to keep the pigs from joining a guild. The plan is suddenly extremely sensible. Disperse. Take the proof. Go home. Plant beans with freer hands. You look down at your ribbon, still ridiculous and still brave. You look at your own hands. You once thought they were only for digging and mending and counting out pennies you could never quite accumulate. Now they are document hands. The ink from the clerk's thumb smudges your palm, and it feels like a stamp you want to keep. Let's talk about doubt, gently. A woman near you says, "Too easy," and her mouth is kind but suspicious. Your stomach agrees and disagrees. Promises can fly faster than they can land. Wax is soft. You know about lords and how they store time in their favor. But today, here, this boy said yes. The charters are warm. The field smells like trampled time and possibility. A blackbird thrums a note that sounds like a nod. What Tyler doesn't smile, exactly. His face is a carpenter's bench, not a cushion. He listens as more conditions are affirmed. No more forced labor on the Lord's whim. Fair wages for work. Courts that don't assume the peasant is the problem. And he watches the boy king the way a man watches weather on washing day. Alert, respectful, planning to move fast if the clouds lie. A messenger hurries past, breathing hard, carrying news you can't catch. London mutters in the distance, like a neighbor with opinions. The day holds its breath, and then releases it, and you taste relief with a metal edge to it. You decide, because people must, to celebrate the part you can hold. Modern comparison break. It's like getting a full dental plan in the middle of a riot. You're thrilled. You're also aware you still have teeth. One of the clerks, pale as a parchment moon, calls your 100. You step forward, slow, measured, and take a charter that is both lighter and heavier than it should be. The seal swings against your wrist like a pendulum that would like you to sleep better. The text is dense, Latin being Latin, but you can pick out enough. Free, pardon, rent, names. It's not poetry, but then seed catalogues rarely are, and look what they accomplish. The boy king raises a hand, steady now, finding a way to be taller than his saddle. Go home in peace, he says, and for a heartbeat, the world considers it.
You picture the path south and east, the lanes with hawthorn hedges, the plots that know your footsteps, the door you push with your hip when your hands are full. You picture setting this parchment on the table, smoothing it with the same care you use on a newborn's head. It's time to leave a little and look forward. The field unclenches. People start to fold themselves back into roads. The banners are lighter on the way out. Will clucks to the horse, who decides to be helpful in a general way. You tuck the charter inside your tunic, where your heart insists on thumping at it, like a drum that's just learned a new song. Congratulations. You have just negotiated a social revolution with a teenager while holding a rake. Historically speaking, that's not bad for a Friday. Bad for a Friday. Bad. Chapter 19. The paper that shook like a bell. Let's talk about holding thunder. Your fingers are damp with ink and sweat, and the parchment, skin of some very unlucky calf, trembles between your thumbs like it knows what it says. The green wax is still tender from the brazier, soft as cheese at market. The great seal pressed deep and perfect, a small moon you can touch. It smells like warm tallow and oak gall, like a candle that learned Latin. The word libertas sits in the line like a tiny banner, and in the margin, where some clerk got pedagogical, someone has kindly scratched an English gloss. Freedom. 2 syllables that feel like a door unbolting. You're shaking. Of course you are. Everyone is. A man beside you tries to say a prayer and only gets as far as "our" before his voice breaks into sawdust. A woman covers her mouth with both hands and laughs until she cries, or cries until she laughs. At this distance, relief and hysteria are identical twins. A boy stares at the seal as if it's going to lay an egg. Someone actually kneels in the flattened grass. Not to the king, who is a distant speck of velvet on a horse, but to this sheet, this promise. A charter, a freedom made of words, which is how you make freedom when swords are a bad look before lunch. Modern comparison break. Imagine getting an email titled, "Subject, you're free," that wasn't sent by your gym. That, but it's handwritten on premium calf and sealed with a royal sticker you can't buy on Etsy. Let's talk about sound. Not the roar you expect, but a soft tidal hush. Like 1,000 people all remembering how to breathe through their noses. The clerks have the 1,000-yard stare of men who will be writing forever. One of them, pale, nib chewed to a tragic angle, looks up at you and says, "Thomas Atwell?" You nod like a man in a parable. He nods back like he has just introduced you to your own future. The ribbon, green silk, a color so comfortable around promises, brushes your wrist, and you swear you can feel your pulse straighten. You tilt the parchment to catch the light. The writing is chancery hand, tidy and confident. The kind of squiggles that make you think of kings and rents and men with opinions about commas. You cannot truly read it, not the Latin, not the flourishes, but the shape of it is enough. The clerk reads it out in a voice that would put a cat to sleep. Manumission of unfree tenures, fixed rents in place of labor, pardon for acts committed in the king's peace during the recent unsettlements, and other phrases that sound like a lawyer apologizing for a bonfire. Your name is there, wrapped in a crowd of names, neighbors, kin, that man who sells rope with a smile too sharp, and you stand straighter because paper has turned you into a person the crown can't pretend not to see. Let's talk about weight. It is lighter than a hoe and heavier than a habit. You have carried sacks of barley, baskets of eels, cousin who fell asleep in a hedge. None of them felt like this. The seal swings, a small pendulum ticking yes, yes, yes against your sleeve. Will is beside you, hat in both hands, like he's trying not to scare a bird. Tom, he whispers, because sometimes you are Tom when it matters. Look what words can do. On your left, a graybeard with eyes like flint kneels and kisses the seal. The clerk makes a noise like a kettle in protest, but is too tired to be stern. Do not crease the king, he says, which is a sentence you never expected to hear outdoors. Another man tries to roll his charter like a sausage. A woman hisses, "Flat, you goose, flat," and smacks his wrist because freedom does not excuse poor technique. Modern comparison break. This is like being handed your mortgage, your graduation diploma, and your Wi-Fi password all at once, only they're all tattooed on a very expensive lasagna sheet, and you're holding it next to a nervous horse. Let's talk about doubt, but very gently, like stroking a cat that may or may not be a raccoon. This charter needs sheriffs and stewards to nod at it. It needs lords to concede that time is not a cupboard where they keep people. It needs a world to cooperate, and the world, you've noticed, has other hobbies. But not today. Today on mile ends, green and stubborn earth, the boy on the horse said yes. Today, you are a man with paper armor, and that is a surprising kind of strong. You test the edge of the parchment with your thumb. It's smooth and a little oily. Vellum does that. It remembers being skin. You picture carrying this all the long miles home, across lanes where hawthorn grips your sleeves like an aunt, past cottages that blink smoke, over that small bridge where your boot always finds the one spiteful loose board. You picture your cottage table, its scar where you dropped a pan, the way the grain runs like a river. You picture laying the charter on it and smoothing it with your palm the way you once calmed a colt. You picture your mother touching the seal as if it were a saint's tooth. You picture the pig, inquisitive, deciding the ribbon is edible. Immediate plan, high shelf. Secondary plan, neighbor's chest. Tertiary plan, sleep on it, literally, because sometimes the safest place is your own stubborn ribs. Let's talk about reading faces. Wat Tyler's is a locked coffer. John Ball looks like a man who has set a song in the rafters and is waiting to see if it falls back down. The boy king, having said yes so bravely you almost forgive him for being born in linen, has the focus of a child carrying a tray with too many cups. The knights around him ride with the stiff grace of men who wish to be furniture. A clerk scratches "freedom" again in another margin and underlines it like a schoolmaster. You want to hug him, then remember you're both sticky with June and dignity. Modern comparison break. You know when your boss says, "We'll circle back," and you know you should not exhale yet. This is the opposite, but also not entirely the opposite. You are both circling and exhaling. Welcome to 1381, the year of advanced breathing techniques. The crowd begins to fold itself back into roads. Someone starts a hymn, loses the tune, finds it again. You can taste salt, tears, sweat, the honest brine of living. A man you barely know grips your shoulder and squeezes, hard, twice, a code older than writing. Will clears his throat. "Home," he says, and it is a question and a promise. You tuck the charter beneath your tunic, where your heart can interrogate it personally. It crinkles, a friendly mouse nesting in your chest. One last look. The field is trying to forget it was a court. The daisies pretend innocence. The trampled thyme releases a scent like the word yes. You feel taller. Not by much, maybe the height of a seal, but enough to see a little further. Freedom, you discover, is measurable in small increments. A rent you can count, a lord's demand you can politely ignore, a road you can take without asking permission from a hedge. You have acquired an item, 1 times freedom, green. It does not glow in the dark. It glows in you. You climb onto the cart. The horse flicks an ear that says, as always, unimpressed. You smile at it anyway, because nobody said liberty had to be literate to be beautiful. You tap Will's knee. The world creaks forward, and somewhere behind you, the wax hardens, Chapter 20, The Breath That Broke the Meadow. Let's talk about news. You have 1 foot braced on the cart, a man halfway between leaving and legend, when the green of Mile End inhales sharply. The sound reaches you before the messenger does. First a rustle, then a ripple, then the distant thump of a horse ridden past its patience. A boy reels into the clearing like he's been out running his own words. He smells of river and fear, his hair pasted to his skull by the kind of sweat that has a message. "The tower," he gasps, and the meadow kneels to listen. "The tower is taken." Sometimes words feel colder than steel. The charters in people's hands make the tiniest, crispest sound, a forest of parchment breathing in. You can feel yours under your tunic, a warm square over your ribs, and you lay your palm over it as if it might try to bolt. The boy drinks air like it owes him rent. "They found the gates open, or opened for them," he stammers. London is a city that can be persuaded. And then the crowd draws closer, tighter, a fist around a spark. He swallows. They pulled out the Archbishop and the Treasurer. Tower Hill. He doesn't say the next part. He doesn't have to. Everyone knows what Tower Hill is for. Let's talk about weather, the indoor kind. A cloud slides over the sun like a lid over a pot, and the day's bright heat turns dim and serious. You can hear bees arguing in the clover. Then, strangely, you can't. Even the horse flicks an ear as if trying to turn down the volume on the horizon. Modern comparison break. It's the feeling when your group chat is all confetti emojis and then someone texts, "Guys?" followed by, "We need to talk." Every exclamation point lies down quietly and pretends to be an M-dash. The boy king sits very straight on his horse, a coin balanced on the edge of a table. His velvet looks like a bruise. The lords around him go statuary, stone chins, iron eyelids. A clerk mid-scratch stops so abruptly that his quill makes a dramatic little stabbing motion into the margin, which is one way to annotate history. "Say it," someone near you murmurs, not unkindly. The messenger wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. "They cut them," he says finally, and because he has to be precise to be believed, he adds the names like stones placed carefully in a row. Archbishop Simon of Canterbury, Sir Robert Hales, the treasurer. A few others, men whose deaths won't make the songs, but who had authority and the poor habit of being in the wrong place at revolution o'clock. It's not that the meadow screams, it's that it exhales wrong. It's that the hymn which had been trying to decide on a key folds itself into silence. It's the way a woman near you reaches for a child's hand and doesn't find it, then finds it, then holds it like a life raft. Wat Tyler's face closes with a sound you can almost hear. Soft, final. A door that has decided it prefers. Being a wall, John Ball's eyes lift to some invisible balcony where truth likes to lounge, and he says, almost cheerfully, "When Adam delved and Eve span, who then was the gentleman?" The line, like a flint, he knows by heart. He looks at the king with a gentleness that is somehow sharper than a sword. You understand why priests make dangerous mouths. Your chest tries a new trick called double beating. Under your palm, the charter is all warm breath and borrowed courage. The seal taps your skin, a pendulum learning a different word. Not yes, yes, yes now. Maybe, maybe, remember. Let's talk about distance. The tower is not so far from Mile End that news has to change shoes to get there, and London likes to wear its feelings on tall sticks. Already people trade details the messenger cannot know. Someone swears the heads are up on London Bridge, that the Archbishop's cap is still perched on his hair because cruelty loves a costume. You do not know if that is true, but you know the city has that kind of humor. Modern comparison break, office politics, but the office is a fortress, HR is an archbishop, and the feedback is delivered via pike. 0 out of 5 stars, would not recommend team building. You watch as the clerks, those brave little engines of ink, look at the king, then at the charters, then at their own hands as if checking what they've accidentally summoned. One of them starts to roll up the next parchment and stops, etiquette and terror wrestling in his joints. Another keeps writing because that is what he's built for, and his letters are perfect little boats sailing into a storm, innocent of weather. Is it covered? Will whispers, because Will is a man who believes in the spell books of paperwork. The pardon, I mean, for acts committed in the recent unsettlements. He says unsettlements like it's a new kind of pudding he isn't sure he likes. You do the math no one wants to do. The king's word on paper, still drying. The crowd's blood now a rumor in the wind. The parts of the city that have decided law is a suggestion. You are holding a promise written by a boy whose household just lost its head of religion
and its master of money. You were never great at arithmetic, but even you can count the wobbles. The king raises his hand, and you find you respect him not for his title, but for his refusal to shake visibly. "Go home," he says, voice clear as water in a bowl. "All shall be pardoned. All shall be well." He looks maybe 14 and very tired. You suspect he has discovered the precise weight of a crown, and it is roughly equivalent to a well-fed sheep. Wat Tyler's mouth thins. The sound you hear is not anger, it's a hinge. Something has swung from one side to the other, and you can't push it back with goodwill and green silk. You think of doors again. You think of how hard they are to unclose. Someone laughs. It's a bad laugh, brittle and bright, the kind glass
Makes right before it gives up. "Well," says a man with rope burns on his hands, "if we're pardoned, we might as well be thorough. Let's talk about plans. Yours, 5 minutes ago, involved taking your freedom, green, home and hanging it from a nail, making it the centerpiece of your wall and maybe your grandchildren's vocabulary. Now your plan involves less, fewer statements of certainty, more strategic tea. You can feel the road home shrinking, like cloth boiled too long. You picture your mother, her hands flowery, her mouth a straight line that can become a smile if given the right weather. You picture the pig, still a hazard to ribbons. You picture your cottage table, which has seen knives and bread and one small fire, and would prefer to avoid revolution. Modern comparison break. It's like you finally got the confirmation email, but someone hacked the account and sent a recall. You still have the email. You just also have anxiety attached like a pop-up. The messenger is sitting now, because words are heavy, and he's a boy after all. Someone presses a cup into his hands. He stares into it like it might have answers swimming at the bottom. Maybe they do. Most answers look like water from far away. You lift your chin and find the king again. His horse shakes its mane, the way a sentence shakes off an adverb. The air tastes of thistle and iron. You think about the word irreversible. It is not a medieval word, but it feels very comfortable in 1381, like a traveler who forgot to go home. Let's talk about walking away. It's a skill, like plowing straight or not petting other people's hawks. Wat Tyler swings into his saddle and does not look back. The crowd loosens, retightens, decides to be a river, decides to be a sea. You glance at Will. He looks at you. The cart waits, as carts do. Patient, wooden, unimpressed by human upgrades, such as politics. You climb up again, slower, as if the world has grown a step. Under your tunic, the charter crackles, stubborn as your own name. The horse snaps a fly out of the air with existential precision. Home? Will asks, and this time the question is heavier. Yes, you say, because sometimes the bravest thing in London is a road taken at a careful trot, Chapter 21. The market where promises shrink. Let's talk about detours. You say home, and the road nods politely, then takes your elbow and steers you towards Smithfield anyway. Rivers do this sometimes. So do crowds. The carts shuffle that way, you and Will included, the way iron filings obey a magnet. You are not disobeying your own plan. You're just making sure the plan looks good from all angles. including the angle where the king stands in a meat market surrounded by steel. Smithfield is smaller than a meadow when it's full of expectation. It's a bowl of a place, ringed by houses and the long shadow of St. Bartholomew's. Once, it was all hooves and horns, and the mild conversations of cattle. Today, it is the sound a coin makes before it lands. The smell is the same as always. Animal, hot iron, a little blood, a lot of tallow. But the spice sprinkled on top is soldiers. Too many soldiers. City men with pole arms. Men-at-arms in mail and plates that glint like fish. The Lord Mayor's people look as if they've ironed their courage this morning and would prefer it not be wrinkled by events. Modern comparison break. It's like showing up to a casual coffee with management and discovering HR, legal, and the building's security guard who used to be a nightclub bouncer. The pastries are there, but so is the vibe. The boy you saw yesterday at Mile End has gone somewhere overnight and left a different Richard in his place. The new one sits straighter, not like a coin anymore, but a nail hammered flush. His face is calm in a way that has been practiced in front of a mirror polished with wool. Behind him, banners move as if they're breathing deliberately. The horse shifts. Its tack answers with soft leather sentences. Wat Tyler arrives like a decision. He rides forward through the crush, not racing, not dawdling. He moves at the speed of a person who understands that time is a tool. He has eyes for the ring of steel and counts the teeth out of habit. You can see him do a quick arithmetic of exits. It's not that there aren't any. It's that they wear helmets. Let's talk about air pressure. Mile End was a sky. Smithfield is a room with the windows shut. Even the pigeons sit out the conversation. The sun decides to be helpful and turns every edge of armor into a small lighthouse. Your tongue sticks to the roof of your mouth. You would like water. Everyone would like water. Wat Tyler asks for it. He gets it. A cup passed up with the dizzy obsequiousness people reserve for dangerous men they don't control. He rinses his mouth, not because he plans to bite anyone, but because words should be clean when you throw them. He swishes, spits, and that tiny spit splash becomes a whole paragraph in someone's later chronicle about insolence. History is picky about table manners. You think about the rushes on your cottage floor and try not to laugh. Modern comparison break. Ever rinse your mouth before confronting your earl boss so you don't accidentally roast him with onion breath? Same energy, higher stakes, fewer mints. Yesterday, Tyler says, and the crowd leans as if trying to read a whisper. Yesterday, your grace gave charters. Under your tunic, the little square of parchment flexes like a startled animal. You can feel the wax seal press its proverb into your ribs. Hope, but slippy. The king does not blink the way boys blink. He looks at Tyler with winter water for eyes and says, clear enough to be repeated correctly by future monks. Yesterday's promises were conditioned upon your obedience. You do not make demands of us. It is not shouted. That's the point. It's a knife with its own weather. Somewhere behind you, someone exhales on a note that means both, I knew it, and Oh no. Let's talk about when a door becomes a wall. Wat Tyler sits very still. You can tell he knows what Smithfield is now. A funnel. His banner bearer adjusts the flag as if flags can fix moods. The line of the king's soldiers tightens a fraction. A drawstring bag. The Lord Mayor's hand rides near his dagger, like a habit he wants to break, but won't today. Tyler lists his points anyway, because that's the job. Abolish villanage. End labor caps that pretend the plague didn't change the math of human hands. Free the serfs. Fix the rents. Tear up the old badges that say who gets to be a person. It's the kind of list that sounds simple until you put ink to it and discover every letter is tied to a lord with cousins. You think about 1348 and after. Fields gone quiet. Lords walking their own pastures because there weren't enough men to do it for them. Wages rising like bread. Laws hurriedly written to push them back down. The Black Death taught everyone to count. Today is about who keeps the ledger. Go home, says King Richard again, but the softness is gone. Those who submit shall be pardoned. His words are straight planks laid over a marsh. His face is a door with no handle on your side. Modern comparison break. It's like your internet provider offering unlimited data, which turns out to be extremely limited if you actually use it. Yesterday's unlimited freedom, today's kindly stop streaming peasant rights. A horse nearby sneezes, which is the only reasonable commentary. You and Will edge your cart a bit left because the right looks like a place people might regret standing. Smithfield smells suddenly of singed wool, and you realize it's the sun heating armor. Two squires amble closer with the theater of men who intend to be nonchalant professionally. They are the kind of young nobles who have names that are really estates. Their eyes keep doing arithmetic. The mayor inches, then fixes himself back in place, hoping no one saw him try to become background. Tyler's jaw works. He tips his head as if listening to distant advice, perhaps from all the men behind him who have traveled too far to accept a polite no. He leans toward the king, and a murmur slides through the ring like wind under a door. Some say he touches the bridle. Others say he only looks like a man who might. Either way, the air behaves as if it heard a slap. Let's talk about proximity. Two men close enough to share breath can start a war by accident, and history will pretend it was inevitable. You can smell Tyler's horse. Hot leather, nettles, and whatever the last hedge tasted like. You can smell the king's horse, which smells more expensive, as if fed money. Remember your word, Tyler says carefully. Words like stepping stones. Remember the commons. The king's answer comes in frost. We remember our crown. There's a beat, then another. You feel all your bones vote quietly for distance. Modern comparison break. You know the exact second a dinner party goes sideways. When someone says, well, actually, and the wine does a full-body cringe. That second is now, except with halberds. A raven caws from the priory roof, because even birds like good timing. The Lord Mayor clears his throat in the way of a man who would like a simple problem to stab. The king's men take one collective breath that has the shape of a wall. You squeeze your charter under your tunic, breadcrumb of a promise in a city full of hungry mouths. Will whispers, detour, and you nod without nodding. Smithfield shrinks another inch, and somehow you are in the front row of a play you worried would be too immersive. Let's talk about wisdom. It sometimes looks like backing your cart up very slowly while pretending you always walk backward. You begin to ease a wheel around a rut. The horse pretends to admire a patch of thistle. The crowd obliges by not noticing, which is the greatest kindness a crowd can give. Behind you, voices rise in the slow-motion way thunder does when it is still choosing a direction. Ahead of you, a king and a commoner consider the same square of ground and come to different conclusions. It's remarkable how quickly a public square learns privacy when power closes its hand.
Chapter 22. The moment a crowd forgets to breathe. Let's talk about speed. Everyone says history turns slowly, like a millstone that takes all afternoon to grind one honest loaf. Smithfield disagrees. Smithfield turns on a wrist. The Lord Mayor, William Walworth, fishmonger by profession, problem solver by temperament, moves with a neat domestic violence. You don't see the draw, only the finish. A flat, bright curve of steel arcs from his side and writes a quick note along Wat Tyler's neck. It's not theatrical. It's tidy, as if he's trimming the city's beard. Tyler flinches, staggers, and for a blink looks surprised that blood can be so organized, little red commas dotting the dusty air. Then his legs forget the instructions, and the ground receives him with the blunt courtesy of ground. 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. A square the size of a parish holds its breath like a choir about to miss the note. Then the sound returns with all its sharp edges on. A roar pours out of 10,000 throats and finds corners you didn't know a voice could turn. Men surge, staves lift, stones discover a purpose. A woman screams the way a kettle does when left too long. Somewhere, a horse chooses panic, and its panic spreads because panic loves company. Modern comparison break. It's the work meeting that goes fine until someone says pivot, and suddenly every spreadsheet is on fire. Except here the spreadsheets are people, and the pivot is a neck. Let's talk about eyesight. In a crush like this, vision turns into a deck of cards being shuffled too fast. Steel, leather, dust. The king's banner, Will's shoulder. Somebody's elbow. The mayor's wide hat bobbing like a buoy in a very bad ocean. You try to stand still, and the crowd corrects you. Your cart lurches sideways the way a dog does when it hears thunder and would like to be under a bed that doesn't exist. Walworth is shouting to his men. You can hear it and not hear it, the way you hear your name in a market. The city's watchmen lean in with polearms that were decorative 5 minutes ago and suddenly remember their job descriptions. A squire, one of those estate-named youths, drives his dagger again at the man on the ground. History will argue later about who finished whom. For now, Wat Tyler is absolutely, undeniably finished. You become extremely interested in the space between your rib cage and other people's elbows. Will has one hand on the cart and one hand on you, which is sweet and also practical. The horse does a small dance of fear, hooves skittering, and you whisper to it about turnips, as if groceries can fix politics. Let's talk about iron. The smell of it is everywhere, on the blade, in the air, in the breath of men who've been wearing helmets for too long. Blood smells like a penny heated over a candle. You didn't plan on knowing that this morning. Modern comparison break. Ever been in a stadium when the home team scores and the whole building stands up at once? Now imagine the stadium is armed. It's 1381, and nobody checked the exits because exits weren't invented yet. The commons push forward, vengeance rowing their shoulders. A banner with St. George tilts into the sun and looks briefly like a warning and a blessing in one. Somebody shouts for the king, somebody else shouts for justice, which is trickier to locate. There's a clatter as a halberd bites a cart. Not yours, thank most available sense. Your charter scratches your skin, as if to remind you that paper is a fragile pet. Then the boy does a strange, brave, possibly foolish thing. King Richard spurs his horse straight toward the wave, as if waves are made of polite intentions. He rides out in front of the line, voice uncracked, and the sound of him cuts through like a clean seam. "Will you shoot your king?" he calls, not large, but exact. "I am your captain. Follow me." It is the sort of sentence you only get to say once. Either it works, or it becomes a very short epitaph. The crowd falters, because crowds are also made of boys who have sworn to a crown, and men who do not fancy being traitors by accident. Obedience is a habit woven into their arms, the way sun weaves lines into a face. They don't put down their cudgels exactly. They just forget, temporarily, what their hands were planning. Let's talk about command voice. It doesn't have to be loud. It has to be sure. The king's surety lands on Smithfield like cool rain on a cooking fire. Not enough to put it out, but enough to make the smoke rethink its route. Walworth, emboldened, gathers the Londoners like a shepherd who has found his whistle. Men-at-arms shoulder forward, forming a rind of steel around the royal rind of steel, which is a ridiculous amount of rind for a meat market. You and Will choose sideways, always a good direction when forward and back are both disagreeing. Around Tyler's body, a sudden, polite emptiness grows. Death gets its own privacy. A squire crouches as if to confirm the obvious. He does not speak. He doesn't need to. Word is a quick traveller, and it has already gone. Modern comparison break. It's that family reunion moment when Uncle Gerald drops a truth bomb at the buffet, and someone simultaneously turns up the music and suggests charades. The dance floor fills out of terror, not rhythm. Let's talk about afters. The city men press the rebels toward the open edge of Smithfield, the way you nudge spilled grain off a table, gently, persistently, while telling it a story about how good doorways are. The king rides, not fast, but as if speed is beneath him.
People follow because kings are gravity on a horse. You consider the arithmetic of the plague years, how one catastrophe made hands rare and rare things expensive, and how the powerful tried to legislate their way back to yesterday. You think about how yesterday handed you a promise, and today knelt on its neck. You think treasonously about future harvests and whether people can be planted. The sun decides to be helpful again and throws a stripe of gold across the priory wall, which is rude, frankly. The timing is too poetic for comfort. A raven watches, professional as ever. It has interesting opinions about meat, but keeps them to itself. Someone near you mutters, "It's done." You don't know if they mean the man, the rising, or your brief, fluttering hope that parchment can outmuscle habit. You pat your tunic pocket anyway, the way you might pat a friendly dog that will not be allowed in the house. Let's talk about wisdom again. You move. You don't hurry. Hurrying is suspicious. You angle the cart into the slipstream behind a fishmonger's stall, because fishmongers know how to survive tides. Will clicks his tongue in a rhythm the horse recognizes as, "We're not dead yet, let's maintain." Behind you, London continues to be a city. Ahead of you, London intends to remain one, which is different. The difference is measured in helmets. You reach the alley by St. Sepulchre's and breathe a quieter sort of air. The noise from Smithfield pours after you but can't quite fit into the narrow. You stand in the shade like a note someone forgot to play. History will pin today to one neat sentence about a mare's sword and a rebel's neck. But you will remember textures. Leather creaking. Dust hissing. The soft, terrible thud of a future changing jobs. Finishing thought. Survival, it turns out, is mostly about timing, and the modest ambition of not being the most interesting person in a very interesting moment. Chapter 23. The Boy Who Borrowed Gravity. Let's talk about nerve. Not the kind you get from ale and compliments, but the kind you get when the world drops a plate and you decide to catch it with your face. The square hasn't finished unbreathing when the boy in the crown does the worst, best thing. He digs his heels into a horse that has opinions and rides straight into the teeth of the crowd. You are still in the alley's thin shade. Will's hand is on your elbow like a bookmark. The noise swells, subtracts, swells again. Then comes the sentence, a clean, improbable line that stitches the moment together. "You shall have no captain but me." It rings out over cudgels and shock, over the dry rattle of banners. You can feel the words pass your cheek like a warm knife. The commons don't cheer, not exactly. They just tilt. Bodies re-aim. Staves lower by accidents. 10,000 small choices happen at once, which is the closest thing to magic you've ever seen without paying admission. Modern comparison break. It's a fire drill, where the boss suddenly knows every exit and speaks in a voice that makes the sprinklers reconsider their life choices. No one wants to be the person holding a pitchfork when the child sovereign is offering a safety plan and a narrative. Let's talk about following. It's a muscle. and England has been exercising it since fealty first learned to spell itself. The king pivots his horse, calm, almost bored, and heads toward the north edge of the field, away from the meat and toward the air. The mob has no captain but momentum, and finding itself abruptly supplied with a monarch, decides to try royalty on for size. It fits better than you'd think. You and Will slide with them, because refusing to follow a king in a crowd of followers is like trying to walk upstream in soup. The horse's tail in front of you flicks flies and opinions. Men murmur the way bees do when bees are reconsidering treason. Someone near your shoulder whispers, "He's only a boy." Someone else says, "So were we once." Then they both shrug in unison, which is how England does philosophy. Look left. See the priory wall throwing its gold stripe again, smug as an illuminated manuscript. Look right. See Walworth shepherding his Londoners with hard, tidy gestures. The watch press in, their polearms angling like bristling hedgehog spines, making a lane where a lane didn't exist a minute ago. You are being poured. Let's talk about choreography. The king doesn't gallop. Galloping is for people who admit a situation is bigger than they are. He moves as if the ground is an obedient dog. Step, 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 like a heartbeat you can see. He reaches the open, and the mass spills after him, less wild now, more herd. There is relief in being told where to put your feet. Modern comparison break. Think of the time your navigation app glitched, then suddenly found its signal, and everybody in the car sighed like they'd been holding their lungs hostage. That, except there are glaives, and also your map talks Latin. You touch the parchment in your tunic, a reflex, a superstition, a moth returning to its own candle. It crinkles back, a promise that smells like ink. You and promises have been in a long-distance relationship since Mile End. Those are hard. Ahead, the royal standard lifts, dips, winks like a handkerchief with opinions. Around it, men-at-arms close in, not hostile, just careful, the way a mother closes a door when the baby finally sleeps. The rind of steel you saw before thickens into a barrel, and the king slides neatly into the barrel's mouth. He turns his horse. He smiles. Let's talk about teeth. A smile is a weapon when your face is 14 and your crown is heavier than your neck. The boy's smile says, yes, all of this was on purpose. It says, I woke up today and chose monarchy. It says, you may go home now. The story has decided its ending without you. His voice comes again, smaller, colder, a clerk's voice, warmed slightly by destiny. Contracts signed with a sword, he says, pauses, have no legal standing. There it is, the hinge. The charters you slept beside, the ones that have been rubbing your ribs like a hopeful cat, suddenly weigh as much as feathers do in a puddle. You can hear the words through 100 helmets. Null, void, empty cup. People blink. Some of them do the math and find they don't like arithmetic anymore. Modern comparison break. This is that email from the company that says, due to unforeseen circumstances, your lifetime membership was a typo. The lifetime was yours. The typo was not. Around you the sound changes, not a roar, but something lower, a throat clearing. disappointment, figuring out how to wear shoes. One of the men from Essex looks at his hands as if they've betrayed him by remaining hands. A Kentish archer stares at nothing, which is where he suspects justice is kept. Will blows out a breath like a man who had not expected honesty to arrive, much less on horseback. Let's talk about law. You know it mostly as a neighbor with a fence, sometimes useful, sometimes in the way, always sure of itself. Men who have never met a royal clerk now meet the ghost of one and decide they do not care for his opinions. The boy king quotes the oldest doctrine in Christendom: duress voids consent, and he does it in a tone that says he slept fine and expects you did too. He is not wrong. He is also not kind. Both can live in the same sentence. Walworth nods once, crisp as a blade being put away. The city's men tighten, then loosen, a breath you can see. The commons hesitate, with the particular wobble of people who have been maneuvered. Some start to drift in the direction of home, because home is a concept that still functions when nothing else does. Your charter is still in your tunic. It is still a lovely letter. It is also suddenly a souvenir. You could frame it, if you had walls that
Didn't eat frames. Let's talk about the plague, since it keeps leaving fingerprints on the crockery. One pestilence made labour rare and wages daring. One parliament made daring illegal. One summer made illegality angry and organized. And one boy just made organized sleepy. Power, it turns out, is musical chairs, with fewer chairs than bottoms. The music stops when someone with a crown says the word void. Modern comparison break. If you ever wondered what it's like to attend a motivational seminar that ends with actually no, congratulations, you're in it. The free tote bag is a gallows. You and Will back the cart into another shade, smaller, safer. The crowd loosens like stale bread thrown into soup. Someone starts a prayer. Someone starts a tally. The horse yawns in that dramatic equine way that suggests horses have read Aristotle and are bored of it. The king, having unpicked the knot with a sentence, allows himself to be escorted toward the city, where doors know his name. He doesn't look back. Why would he? Backs are for other people. Let's talk about endings that aren't. Smithfield pretends to be finished. It's very convincing. But endings are just beginnings that have put on formal clothes. You will go home. You will not be home. The sheriffs will go out. They will come back with stories about mercy and its sharp edges. The charters will sit in chests like sleeping snakes. You touch your pocket one more time, because habits are cheaper than hope. The parchment is warm from your skin. It feels like it is thinking, finishing thought. The king borrowed gravity for 5 minutes and returned it slightly dented. You, mercifully, are still a nobody, which remains the best disguise in England. Chapter 24. The road teaches whispering. Let's talk about leaving. You slip out of London the way a thought slips out of a crowded head, quietly, before anyone can vote on it. Will claps your shoulder at the bishop's gate like he's closing a book. He folds himself back towards Southwark and his life of lawful mischief. You turn north and find Margaret waiting where you said she'd be if the world didn't end, behind a tanner's shed that smells like ambition and vinegar. She holds your eye the way a door holds a house. Neither of you says Smithfield. You don't have to. You walk. The first day is all corners and listening. Roads peel away like ribbon. Fields lie down as if nothing happened. And everything smells faintly of smoke, as if God tried incense and didn't read the instructions. You keep to hedgerows, to rabbit paths that think highly of themselves. Margaret wears the color of mud. You wear fear disguised as practicality. When carts pass, you practice the art of being uninteresting. You, peasant, have range. Modern comparison break. This is stealth mode, but instead of a toggle in your settings, it's damp wool and the facial expression of a sack. You sleep in segments. Churches if the door is kind. Barns if the mice vote yes. Under hazel if nothing else cooperates. Margaret is very proud of a blanket that used to be a better blanket. It pretends warmth, and you applaud its dedication. You eat bread that has had a long day, onions that fight back, and once a pear so perfect you almost apologize to it. On the third day you start counting columns of smoke. 1, 2, then you stop counting because numbers feel rude. Not whole villages, not always, but strips of hurt. A manor barn gone to cinders, a Reeves house making a case against timber, a gibbet at a crossroads with a message that needs no literacy. Men in livery ride with purpose, the kind of purpose that wears a purse on its hip and expects receipts. You learn to recognize who they are by the way their horses don't worry about potholes. Let's talk about news. It finds you regardless. At a wayside cross, an old woman washes a kettle with sand and says the boy has found his father's voice. At a mill, the wheel turns lazy as an old cat, while a man tells you about oyer and terminer, words that sound like desserts, but mean commissions with teeth. Henry Despenser, the fighting bishop, is riding the flat places like a storm that tithes in rope. In Chelmsford, men were named and unnamed with a noose. In Barry, the abbey sings Te Deum over a pile of restored paperwork. Modern comparison break. Imagine your least favorite regional manager got promoted and now also owns a horse and some theology. That. You and Margaret move by weather. Rain is a friend. It softens boots and expectations. Sun is an enemy. It points, it highlights, it applauds. You keep to the shade of thorn and ash. You learn the timings of patrols by the volume of their laughter. You become experts in puddle diplomacy. Your faces learn a new grammar. Peasant neutral. Peasant sorry. Peasant who has never heard of politics in his entire life. Sometimes the road gives you kindness. A widow near Ware lets you stand by her hearth long enough to fumigate your souls. She talks about pardons that aren't, about men lining up to put their names on a list, and finding the list also has a rope attached. She says the king rode through Hartford and did not wave. She says it like a weather report. You nod.
and leave her a coin you can't spare. It's an offering to the household gods and to whoever taught you to be human when it was inconvenient. Let's talk about trees. They are everywhere, and sometimes they are wearing men. Not many, never many, but enough for the mind to trip. The sheriff's lads prefer proper gallows, but a branch that learns a new trade will do in a pinch. You do not read faces. You hold Margaret's hand as if the world is going to take it and see if it fits. You look at the ground because the ground is patient and does not ask for your opinion. Modern comparison break. The verges have become the worst kind of billboard. Try obedience, now in rope. 5 stars from people with swords. On the 9th day you meet a small procession you do not mean to meet. A knight with his crest painted like a very sure opinion. 6 men-at-arms. A clerk with a face like fresh parchment. They've got 3 villagers on a rope, the casual way one might carry eels. You and Margaret kneel by the ditch like devout mushrooms. The procession clops past. The clerk hums a tune you don't know. The villagers do not hum. When the hooves are a memory, you stand slowly. Your knees have panicked into old age. You go cross-country for 2 days, avoiding the wide road the way a mouse avoids a cat that has learned Latin. Across a meadow, a boy of 12 digs with a big man's shovel. He looks at you like a fox might look at another fox. We are not friends. We are relatives in a problem. Let's talk about labor. The pestilence made hands valuable. Then law tried to make them cheap. Then rage tried to renegotiate. And now the crown is writing performance reviews in iron. But the long joke keeps telling itself. Fields still need scythes. Cattle still need hay. You can hang a man, but you cannot hang a harvest. Wages will keep whispering in the ear of necessity. It's not justice exactly, but it's geology. Pressure moves mountains even when kings frown at them. You burn your charter on the 12th night. Not ceremonially, there is no audience, but because you are cold and paper is combustible. It makes a busy little flame and smells like official promises, which is to say ink, vanity, and oak galls. Margaret watches and says nothing. She has her own paper in her memory, and memory does not burn. On the 13th day, rain comes hard from the west, flattening barley and conversations. You shelter in an oak that has learned to be a chapel.
Margaret curls against you, and you count breaths until fear has to take a rest. On the 14th day, you crest the last ridge and see your village, pretending not to be nervous. The thatch is still there. The hall has a new patch like an argument. There's a black scorch by the Lord's dovecote that wasn't there before. Smoke rises, but the good kind. Stew, not justice. You find your gate leaning like an elderly uncle. You set it upright. It leans anyway,
You understand. Let's talk about home. It is the same, which is to say it is entirely different. Faces you know are missing small pieces, teeth, sons, the habit of smiling without looking over their shoulders. The reeve says nothing and everything with the same mouth. Men gather by the church and pretend it's about a fence. The bell sounds like a spoon on a thin bowl. You put your hand on your own door and say a prayer that has no words. Behind you, the hedgerow cracks with a blackbird's complaint. Ahead of you, a room with a hearth and a draught. You and Margaret step in as if you've been invited. Finishing thought, the king's grudge has long legs, but your table has 4. And tonight, that wins.
Chapter 25. Embers Explain Economics.
Let's talk about time. It walks like a sheriff, but works like a hedgerow. Slow, stubborn, and suddenly full of small birds. 15 winters stepped between you and that road back from London. Somewhere along them, your beard turned useful. Your back negotiated a truce with hay. And your name learned a new adjective: free. You're sitting by your own hearth now. Not borrowed. Not tolerated. Yours. The fire talks and crackles like an old friend practicing Latin verbs. I burn. You burn. We remember. The dog is asleep in the important spot between your boots. The rushes are fresh enough that they only smell mildly of river and optimism. Your hands are the same hands. They just have more maps on them. Margaret is opposite. Legs tucked under, a shawl claiming to be wool while being at least 40% stories. The light throws little coins across her face and spends them wisely. Outside, the yard taps its fingers. A bucket sighs. A gate answers. A hen remembers a grievance from 1383. Inside, you pour ale and it arrives as a warm opinion. Let's talk about failure. The rebellion failed in the way a seed fails to be a tree in an afternoon. Heads rolled. Charters crisped into weather. Names were made into cautionary tales. You remember the silence at home afterward. The way bells tolled like they were counting something you couldn't see. You remember keeping your voice in your pocket. You remember time learning that patient smile. Margaret breaks the quiet. It didn't win, she says, stirring the embers with a willow stick. And then it did. She says it like a recipe. You look at her because she's been your newsroom for years. Margaret collects facts the way other people collect spoons. She holds up one finger. Rents. Another finger. That wretched head tax. Third finger. Lords begging for hands like fishmongers on a Friday. She tells you to consider the manor rolls, the ones the steward reads aloud with the holiness of thunder. I used to count men fined for running away, she says. Now I count land begging for tenants. Modern comparison break. Imagine your boss put a "We're hiring" sign on your job. then offered you a sign-on pig, then asked politely if you'd like to work from home, by which he means your actual home, because he doesn't have enough people to plow his prestige. Let's talk about rent. 15 years ago, you paid the old due because the old due had neural pathways in your spine. The steward read the figure and you nodded, because you had inherited the number like a cow inherits flies. Then, a winter failed the Lord's wheat, and a summer failed his patience, and your neighbor's eldest chose the city instead of the furrow. Suddenly the manor had more dirt than dignity. When the roll came round again, the figure limped. The steward coughed. "Custom revised," he said, as if the law had tripped on its own hem. You paid less and tried not to smile in Latin. And that poll tax? The one that made counting heads into sport? Parliament dropped it like a hot coal and pretended they were done with novelty. You still pay, of course you pay, this is England. But now it's 15ths and 10ths, and the old reliable murmur of subsidies, not a clerk with a tally stick charging you for existing. Margaret calls it progress by shame. Modern comparison break. It's like when a company tries a subscription fee for oxygen and then discovers people do, in fact, read the terms and conditions. Let's talk about work. The statute of laborers still lives on parchment like a saint in a painting. Technically there, occasionally visited, rarely obeyed. Wages are a conversation now, not a command. Harvest comes, and men don't just show up because a bell yell. They show up because someone promised bread, ale, and the kind of coin that makes shoes happen before snow. You remember when a reeve could bark an order and call it love. Now the reeve brings bread like an apology with raisins in it. Lords have discovered manners. The bailiff who once measured your ox with contempt now measures your opinion too. Goodman Thomas, he says, eyelids heavy with the weight of economic realities. Might we interest you in 20 acres that only complain a little? He offers terms so sweet you look around for a trapdoor. Fixed money rents, days of service quietly retired, the sort of lease that lets you sleep without dreaming of a summons. He brings you a parchment, and your name is written without the old stain after it. No nativus, no string attached, just Thomas, who pays and decides. The steward smiles like he invented mercy. You sign like you're not shaking. You're a landowner, not a lord. There's still a hall up the road and a family practicing their banners, but free in the way that changes how your boots meet mud. You repair your hedges because you want to, not because someone is counting. You decide when to fallow and when to risk barley. You sell at market and you don't ask permission. You just ask for a fair weight and check the scales with an expression that says you have opinions and a brother-in-law. Let's talk about the house. The roof still coughs minutely in rain, but you fix it when you like, and the thatch listens. You bought a second blanket that pretends to be a quilt. You have a chest with brass that has no business on your income but minds its manners. The dog is old and morally opposed to anything happening too quickly. You have a boy who is not a boy anymore, and a girl who is clever in the way that makes officials nervous. Was it the rising, you ask Margaret, though you already know her answer is going to be ambidextrous. She shrugs. It was the plague, the coin, the hunger of fields, the arithmetic of missing men, she says. And the rising put a bell on it. After Smithfield, they wanted to prove nothing had changed. Then the cows. Disagreed. You laugh. The soft kind that keeps the hour asleep. Outside, the frost rearranges the world into little truths. Inside, Margaret counts other small victories. Men don't bow as low when the abbot rides by, she says. That's not law. That's knees doing what history tells them. The Lord's steward started calling your neighbour's wife by her name instead of her husband's profession. The manorial court still meets, but when a tenant negotiates, the steward listens like someone who cannot afford noise. It's not revolution. It's carpentry. New beams, same house, but the roofline shifted while everyone pretended not to look. Modern comparison break. The social order did that thing where it updates overnight and pretends it's always been version 2.0. You open your eyes and suddenly there are release notes. Bug fix. Peasants now have options. Performance improvements when speaking in public. Once a month, a rider still gallops through with news in its mouth. France is a riddle the king can't finish. Parliament argues with itself like a drunk mirror. Somewhere, a bishop is being brave on horseback again. But here, in your plot, the calendar is mostly weather, bread, and agreements. You make choices men in your grandfather's skin could not invent. You still light a candle for those who didn't come home. You still keep the old road in your bones. Let's end this evening sensibly. You poke the fire, and it accepts the feedback. The dog sighs, which is a blessing. Margaret leans back, and the shadows move over her like quiet geese. You think of London, and ropes, and a boy king blinking at history. You think of how loudly failure can whisper. Final thought before sleep. The crown keeps its dignity. The hedgerow keeps its secrets. You keep your land. Not bad for a world that promised you nothing, and then slowly offered terms. And so, as we leave this little corner of the past behind, it's worth pausing for a moment, not just to remember the hardship, but the astonishing stubbornness of ordinary people who kept putting one foot in front of the other. Life back then was a kind of daily improvisation, fixing rope with whatever you could twist together, patching a tunic until the patches had seniority over the fabric, hauling water that didn't want to be hauled, and somehow laughing at a bucket that gave up before you did. Survival was equal parts grit, luck, comedy, and muscle memory. And every sunrise meant another quiet agreement with the world. I'm still here. I'm still trying. That's what resilience looked like before anyone gave it a fancy name. Not heroic speeches or shining armor, just hands that never had the luxury of stopping. Even the smallest victories were enormous. Bread that didn't burn, a fence that held through the wind, a day's work done without someone else claiming the reward. And if there's a gift buried under all that loss, all that strangeness, all that rebuilding, it's perspective. We get to live in a world where warmth comes from a switch. Water doesn't need to be hauled a single bucket at a time, and nobody has to bargain for the right to rest on a Sunday. Comforts we treat as background noise would have felt like miracles to them. So breathe a little deeper. Let the weight of today soften. You are living in an age they dreamed of without ever knowing its shape, where safety, warmth, and choice are not unthinkable luxuries, but the floor you stand on. Close your eyes, if they're not already halfway there. The world is quiet again, but this time, it's a gentle quiet, the kind you're allowed to sleep